法人中国生产力中心。回首1950年代，我国产业正处于萌芽阶段。为协助产业提高生产力，由公民营工商企业50个单位共同捐助，于1955年11月11日成立财团法人中国生产力中心，英文名称为 China Productivity Center， 简称 CPC， 是我国成立最早、规模最大的经营管理顾问机构。在我国经济与产业发展转型的过程中， CPC 始终担任思维模式以及经营管理的拓荒者和先驱者，扮演政府跟民间企业桥梁，引领产业与企业创造价值，提升国家竞争力。
CPC 自1955年成立以来，始终扮演协助台湾产业提升经营品质的最佳伙伴。2000年时，因为国内外产业经营环境发生剧烈的变化， CPC 也面临了前所未有的经营窘境。我受政府的委托，接任董事长一职，并延揽张宝成博士来担任 CPC 总经理。我们推动了一连串的变革，让 CPC 有能力扮演在台湾生产力演进中的关键角色，承担促进国家产业发展之责任。
身为台湾经济提升的推手 ，CPC 主要推动经管辅导、政府专案、教育训练、媒体出版、海外交流、MyMKC 管理知识中心6大核心业务范畴。经管辅导业务以合理化和精实化为基础，为企业提供如家庭医师一般的医化诊断与辅导服务，协助企业经由电子化、行动化、知识化的进程。 在辅导后，留下企业可自行应用之系统工具，为企业打下卓越良好的经营体质。政府专案业务 ，CPC 配合政府经济与产业发展政策，透过政府采购法招标机制，积极争取政府专案的规划与执行，有效整合及运用政府资源，担任企业和政府之间的桥梁，成为政府智库，协助各行业成长跃升。 教育训练业务 ，CPC 为全国最大经营管理训练机构，训练内容包含各阶管理人能力培养、职业训练、证照认证与企业智慧方案，为企业培育无数杰出经营管理与专业人才。媒体出版业务 ，CPC 紧贴产业脉动与管理趋势，透过出版丛书、杂志、影音视听产品及经管技术手册。 向企业推介各种经营管理的新观念和新技术，并获得各种奖项的殊荣。海外交流业务 ，CPC 代表中华民国共同发起亚洲生产力组织 APO， 成为创始会员国，协助亚洲国家培训专业人才，并促进国际技术交流，在绿能生产与智慧制造领域扮演关键角色。2019年，首度在我国办理 APO 第60届各国生产力机构主管工作会议 （WSM）， 有效提升我国推动生产力之专业形象。自2013年成立 APO-COE-GP 亚洲生产力组织绿色卓越中心后，整合我国产学研界专家，筹组绿耕队前往会员国进行交流，将中华民国的优势绿能能量于 APO 平台中展现，奠定我国在绿能发展中之国际地位。因应工业4.0的发展趋势 ，CPC 创新开发 MES Plus 智慧制造体验道场。2019年，由本中心负责推动 APO-COE-SM 亚洲生产力组织智慧制造卓越中心，协助企业透过即时化、可视化功能的智慧管理系统，有效管理原物料、设备、组装等，达到快速回应市场大量客制化的目的，陪伴企业进行智慧制造数位转型。CPC 以知识回馈社会之心，建构 MyMKC 管理知识中心，以想到管理就想到 MyMKC， 提供国内外经营典范与创新商业模式解析、顾问影音直播等免费服务， 强化全球化知识传播力度。跟随台湾重要工业发展 ，CPC 在全台北中南共设有7大服务据点，竭尽心力为企业提供经管专业服务。
在2006年的时候，发现我国的国家竞争力出现了衰退的警讯。我们延续1982年工业自动化服务团的精神，在2007年成立了产业卓越经营服务团。我们以5大产业为区隔，锁定服务的族群，为提升整体竞争力而努力。我们以前瞻发展的眼光来看，由事后问题解决转变为事先风险的预防，同时结合了智慧化科技的应用，希望协助更多的企业找到对的路径，以达到永续经营的目标。
CPC 卓越经营服务团提供生产力再造、数位转型、在地创生、跨域整合、学习成长等5大经营服务，以崭新的整体解决方案，协助企业迈向卓越之路。生产力再造卓越经营服务团以总和生产力为核心理念，辅以精实生产与管理手法，协助企业运用 MES+、IoT 及 AI 等技术与系统，建构科技化智慧经营与生产体系，使生产营运最适化、价值最大化，提升企业竞争力。数位转型卓越经营服务团以推动数位转型，为企业创造最佳价值链接为核心理念，协助企业打造转型蓝图，并应用系统整合、顾客体验及营运卓越等技术链接新商业模式，完善数位转型之获利方程式。在地创生卓越经营服务团以人物境共好的思维，汇总在地文化资产、智慧资本及环境资源，利用科技取得资讯，打造出能展现与传承在地文化特色的产业，追求平衡、成长及共生，创造在地生命力。跨域整合卓越经营服务团以跨领域、跨地域、跨世代为核心理念，运用生态系之架构，整合企业进行价值链重组，透过经管策略规划、创新商业模式建构、品牌行销及国际布局等服务，为企业找到新蓝海。学习成长卓越经营服务团以引领前瞻学习、落实知识创价为核心理念，传播前瞻经管知识，协助企业超前学习，深植组织学习文化。CPC 始终保持着创新、专业、尽责、精实、学习的核心价值，帮助企业实现成功蓝图。在工作中乐于分享，同时也乐于回馈，绽放热情，为社会带动一股正面的能量。
回首过往，有大家的一路相伴，让我时时充满着信心。变革之路，在总经理所有同仁的共同努力下，已看到成果。未来将有更多的挑战 ，CPC 责任将会更重大。我们要引领、陪伴企业追求卓越，不只是我们对企业的承诺，也是对自我的期许。在此，愿与所有的同仁共勉，笃直力行，时刻莫忘尽责的初衷。卓越之路，我们携手共进。
知识领航，创新价值，财团法人中国生产力中心，陪伴你走到未来。
We are living in a time of constant change. In an uncertain and changing world, Asia must prepare to meet the productivity challenges of the future. The Asian Productivity Organization is here to help. With 20 member countries, we are a think tank, catalyst, regional advisor, institution builder, and clearinghouse for productivity information. In the coming decades, Cultivating a culture of technological innovation will be key for economic growth and productivity in Asia. Adopting new technology can improve the efficiency of manufacturing, transportation, trade, agriculture, and labor. We give our members the information they need to take on new tools and policies. We encourage nations to share information because we are better when we work together. With the right tools and information, countries in the Asia-Pacific can not only meet global challenges, but lead the global economy. The APO will continue to lead with strategic and inclusive initiatives that are aligned with the UN SDGs. Building a more proactive, productive future for Asia. The APO, pushing the frontiers of productivity.
你好奇，为何我们能站在这里始终不困倦？因为要陪伴你们成长，所以我们坚韧毅力，成为依靠。因为要承担产业和局势兴衰，所以我们不断创新，精益求精。因为要看清台湾和世界未来，所以我们高度不设限，眼目纵览全地。我们是 CPC， 陪你一起走向未来。企业最具信赖价值的经营管理顾问机构，财团法人中国生产力中心。回首1950年代，我国产业正处于萌芽阶段。为协助产业提高生产力，由公民营工商企业50个单位共同捐助，于1955年11月11日成立财团法人中国生产力中心，英文名称为 China Productivity Center， 简称 CPC， 是我国成立最早、规模最大的经营管理顾问机构。在我国经济与产业发展转型的过程中， CPC 始终担任思维模式以及经营管理的拓荒者和先驱者，扮演政府跟民间企业桥梁，引领产业与企业创造价值，提升国家竞争力。
CPC 自1955年成立以来，始终扮演协助台湾产业提升经营体质的最佳伙伴。2000年时，由于国内外产业经营环境发生剧烈的变化， CPC 也面临了前所未有的经营窘境。我受政府的委托，接任董事长一职，并延揽张宝成博士来担任 CPC 总经理。我们推动了一连串的变革，让 CPC 有能力扮演在台湾生产力演进中的关键角色，承担促进国家产业发展之责任。
身为台湾经济提升的推手 ，CPC 主要推动经管辅导、政府专案、教育训练、媒体出版、海外交流、MyMKC 管理知识中心6大核心业务范畴。经管辅导业务以合理化和精实化为基础，为企业提供如家庭医师一般的医化诊断与辅导服务，协助企业经由电子化、行动化、知识化的进程。 在辅导后，留下企业可自行应用之系统工具，为企业打下卓越良好的经营体质。政府专案业务 ，CPC 配合政府经济与产业发展政策，透过政府采购法招标机制，积极争取政府专案的规划与执行，有效整合及运用政府资源，担任企业和政府之间的桥梁，成为政府智库，协助各行业成长跃升。 教育训练业务 ，CPC 为全国最大经营管理训练机构，训练内容包含各阶管理人能力培养、职业训练、证照认证与企业智慧方案，为企业 培育无数杰出经营管理与专业人才。媒体出版业务 ，CBC 紧贴产业脉动与管理趋势，透过出版丛书、杂志、影音视听产品及经管技术手册，向企业推介各种经营管理的新观念和新技术，并获得各种奖项的殊荣。海外交流业务 ，CBC 代表中华民国共同发起亚洲生产力组织 APO， 成为创始会员国，协助亚洲国家培训专业人才，并促进国际技术交流，在绿能生产与智慧制造领域扮演关键角色。2019年首度在我国办理 APO 第60届各国生产力机构主管工作会议 WSM， 有效提升我国推动生产力之专业形象。自2013年成立 APO COE on GP 亚洲生产力组织绿色卓越中心后，整合我国产学研界专家，筹组绿耕队。
我们的论坛呢会在10点钟的时候开始，在这边呢也请大家到时候准备入座。最后呢也提醒您，请记得将您的手机转为静音模式，谢谢您的配合。
CPC 以知识回馈社会之心，建构 MyMKC 管理知识中心，以想到管理就想到 MyMKC， 提供国内外经营典范与创新商业模式解析。顾问影音直播等免费服务，强化全球化知识传播力度。跟随台湾重要工业发展 ，CBC 在全台北中南共设有7大服务据点，竭尽心力为企业提供经管专业服务。
在2006年的时候，发现我国的国家竞争力出现了衰退的警讯。我们延续1982年工业自动化服务团的精神，在2007年成立了产业卓越经营服务团。我们以5大产业为区隔，锁定服务的族群，为提升整体竞争力而努力。我们以前瞻发展的眼光来看，由事后问题解决转变为事先风险的预防，同时结合了智慧化科技的应用，希望协助更多的企业找到对的路径，以达到永续经营的目标。
CPC 卓越经营服务团提供生产力再造、数位转型、在地创生、跨域整合、学习成长等5大经营服务，以崭新的整体解决方案，协助企业迈向卓越之路。生产力再造卓越经营服务团以总和生产力为核心理念，辅以精实生产与管理手法，协助企业运用 MES+、IoT 及 AI 等技术与系统，建构科技化智慧经营与生产体系，使生产营运最适化、价值最大化，提升企业竞争力。数位转型卓越经营服务团以推动数位转型，为企业创造最佳价值链结为核心理念，协助企业打造转型蓝图，并应用系统整合、顾客体验及营运卓越等技术链结新商业模式，完善数位转型之获利方程式。在地创生卓越经营服务团以人物境共好的思维，汇总在地文化资产、智慧资本及环境资源，利用科技取得资讯，打造出能展现与传承在地文化特色的产业，追求平衡、成长及共生，创造在地生命力。跨域整合卓越经营服务团以跨领域、跨地域、跨时代为核心理念，运用生态系之架构，整合企业进行价值链重组，透过经管策略规划、创新商业模式建构、品牌行销及国际布局等服务，为企业找到新蓝海。学习成长卓越经营服务团以引领前瞻学习、落实知识创价为核心理念，传播前瞻经管知识，协助企业超前学习，深植组织学习文化，透过丰富学习资源，为企业蓄积人才资本，挹注永续成长之动能。CPC 始终保持着创新、专业、 尽责、精实、学习的核心价值，帮助企业实现成功蓝图。在工作中乐于分享，同时也乐于回馈，绽放热情，为社会带动一股正面的能量。
回首过往，有大家的一路相伴，让我时时充满着信心。变革之路，在总经理所有同仁的共同努力下，已看到成果。未来将有更多的挑战 ，CDC 责任将会更重大。我们要引领、陪伴企业追求卓越，不只是我们对企业的承诺，也是对自我的期许。在此，愿与所有的同仁共勉，笃直力行，时刻莫忘尽责的初衷。卓越之路，我们携手共进。
知识领航，创新价值，财团法人中国生产力中心陪伴你走到未来。
长官、贵宾，还有
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our friends online, good morning. Welcome to the seminar on promoting ESG and building an ecosystem organized by the Industry Development Bureau of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and chaired and executed by the China Productivity Center of ROC. I am Angela, your MC for today. Developments in the global consensus, government policies, and domestic financial institutions have increased the understanding and promotion of ESG. This has become one of the key areas for corporates, and not only large corporates need to be concerned about ESG, but also mid to small-sized enterprises. If we are able to consolidate the entire supply chain, then we will be able to utilize less resources and create a ESG-centered supply chain that makes it easier for SMEs to engage in ESG. Therefore, today we are very pleased and honored to invite pioneers in the industry to share with us how they promoted ESG and rolled out the ESG plans in real life. They'll be sharing with us their actual experience, and we believe this will be a suitable platform for networking as well. At the beginning of the seminar, we'd like to invite the supervising entity, the Industry Development Bureau, to give us a few remarks. Let's welcome Deputy Chief, Dr. Liang Tung Chen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, experts in this field, pioneers of the industry, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. It is truly an honor and pleasure to be here on behalf of the Industrial Development Bureau. The APO is an organization that many may be well aware of, but perhaps some of, and for those who are not familiar with the background, the ROC is actually one of the founders of the APO. We are present in APO as the Republic of China, and we have also worked closely with the APO platform. We've also been designated, also received the designation of Center of Excellence from the APO here in Taiwan. We believe we have two centers of excellences, two COEs, one on green production and one on smart manufacturing. And with this platform in place, we had the pleasure of inviting members to come to visit us and to share our experience in these two fields. So speaking of ESG today, if we look back 20 to 30 years, I recall participating in a project that took me to the US and was also related to the topic of sustainable development. I believe I was there with the previous Secretary General of the Taiwan Business Council for Sustainable Development, Mr. Huang, and we visited the New York Stock Exchange and saw the Sustainable Development Index there. And investors were focusing on corporates that had higher sustainable development indexes, and that they were able, these types of stocks were able to generate steady income while being friendly to the environment. And I'm very pleased to see today that in Taiwan, we also have funds focused and targeted on ESG performance. In the United Nations, under the climate change agenda, we see that it's currently entering the 27th convention of a COP. And climate change, of course, has been a long-standing issue, and we are aiming for net zero targets. I think on the 26th in Glasgow in the UK, the convention set net zero as a global target. Over 130 countries in the world promised to a net zero future. And Taiwan was also one of the countries that pledged to a net zero target. The government has set a net zero target for 2050 for Taiwan as well. And with this trend, it is clear that without such a promise, you would simply not be on level ground with other countries. It's as if you don't even have the right to speak up if you are not marching towards a net zero future. So under these circumstances, when we are working on the Climate Change Act, which would include the 2050 target as well, we need to take into consideration numerous aspects, and as it will have long-lasting impacts on the society and our industry. With net zero one of the key priorities for corporates, it's no longer something that we simply talk about. And the government would likely also pour in resources into achieving net zero. The minister has also prioritized net zero targets and projects, which means that other projects simply not take a second place when it comes to funding. Therefore, net zero is one of the keys to industrial transformation. And I see it like another form or a new wave of industrial revolution. China Petroleum is also making changes, and in the future, hydrogen will likely be one of the most used energies. And these will definitely impact how we live our lives. So other than the net zero transition, we also need to see how the contribution, or where the contribution comes from. Of course, this also relies upon how we reduce our use of resources, natural resources, and how we live a more environmentally friendly life. Of course, we talk about reduce and reuse, and it has to be part of our lives in order to truly take effect. Yeah, I mentioned COP, and I've actually participated in the previous COPs, and we would usually go to a city every year for the annual meeting. And these topics has constantly been raised during the COPs. In what ways can we achieve these targets? How do we get the funding? And how do we assist developing countries to catch up in terms of carbon reduction, carbon footprints, etc.? And we also see huge bank groups also interested in this field. It was 1 year when I saw most of the participants were from bank groups, and that was because they wanted to set up regulations in terms of how they source their fundings and how they work with the general public, as they want to make sure that the funding goes to ESG companies. And under ESG, the management of greenhouse gas has also become a key issue. Here at the and at our regulators, we've also set aside about 5 billion in terms of a budget, and for the first wave, and then the second wave we have another budget of 2 billion. And these would all be included in the future ESG reviews. And this was actually done by the FSC. So, as you can see, the regulators in different branches of government are all focusing on ESG and also on helping the companies achieve these ESG targets. This change has come quite abruptly if you look at how fast the changes took place. From the Industrial Development Bureau's perspective, of course, we will try to make sure that all the necessary entities get funding, and with assistance from our friends and consultants, we will definitely figure out ways to help enterprises and corporates reach these targets. Large corporates already have the ability to do so. They already have the necessary reports in place, as well as recognition and assessments by third parties. But it's the small to medium-sized enterprises that may be facing a bigger hurdle. So what we are aiming for is to have these large corporates work with the small to medium enterprises to share their experience and assist them in carrying out the assessments. For example, if an SME needs to know what's the carbon footprint, then perhaps they can enlist the help of large corporates and have these third parties carry the assessments for them so that they know how to work with these third party assessors. In terms of trade alone, oftentimes these ESG information is also required when exporting goods. And if the SMEs are unable to provide such information, this would likely hinder their ability to export their goods or to receive necessary subsidies. International trade nowadays also take ESG into consideration and has become an important factor. Therefore, it is impossible for us to turn a blind eye to the ESG trend. If we look at the domestic environment, ESG has also been in the spotlight for a couple of years, and I'm pleased to see APO holding such a seminar to broaden aspects of ESG and to provide more assistance. There are currently 21 members in APO, and Taiwan, as one of its founders, it is of course our pleasure to assist in the APO projects to increase more business opportunities and to share our know-how and expertise. This, I believe, is a beneficial cycle and a good opportunity. I'm also pleased to see so many faces here today. I'm sure the reason you're here is because you're interested and you feel the importance of this topic. So we will be releasing more information and resources in the future, and I look forward to being of assistance to all. If you wish to get in contact with other industries or corporates and the APO members, feel free to contact CPC. The China Productive Center holds delegation visits on a yearly basis to the various APO member states, and they also work closely with the productivity centers in the various APO countries. We have matchmaking seminars, and from the video clip that we just saw before the meeting began, the government is also providing the necessary help and support for these visits and matchmakings. So once again, I'd like to thank you for your attendance today. I wish you all a fruitful seminar. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Chief Director Chen.
是执行
Next, I would like to invite speaker from CPC, the Director's Office, Ms. Li Xiulan, to say a few words for opening remarks. Good morning. Deputy Section Chief, Mr. Chen from ITO, Secretary General of BCSD, Mr. Mo, from Mr. Tsai, ladies and gentlemen, online and here at the TICC, good morning. On behalf of CPC, I would like to welcome all of you for participating in today's Sustainable Industry Development Forum. I would also like to thank IDB for their long-term support of APO. As Mr. Chen talked about, what APO is all about, let me reiterate the points a little bit. Asia Productivity Organization, APO, is an intergovernment organization promoting productivity. There are 21 members and economies. Republic of China is one of the founding members. When APO was founded, our government actually designated CPC as the contact point of APO. We play the role of the bridge between the Secretariat of APO and the government. We work with other productivity centers of member nations and economies to promote the prosperity and development of these countries. In 2013, under the support of IDB and the APO, we established the Green Excellency Center. In 2019, we led the establishment of a smart production center. So we work on green energy, recycling, smart manufacturing, and the digital production. So these two centers have reached substantial results. And they have earned trust from stakeholders. As you know, since the outbreak of COVID-19 at the end of December 2019, the society has gone through a great change. In addition, the issue of climate change has caused negative impacts on the society. Therefore, carbon reduction is very important. We have to pursue a balanced, sustainable economic development. This is a global issue, and there is a consensus that we have to reach these goals. So CPC, under this background, we are also participating in the 2050 net zero target. We are working on ESG. This year, we established a ESG Development Council. So we want to align domestic regulation with the international standards. And we started to publish ESG sustainable reports and verified by the third party. We also established a talent training map through the ESG Sustainable Academy. We hope to train international level greenhouse gas inventory verification experts, and also the design capability of sustainable products. So we want to work with every one of you to pursue the goal of sustainability. Once again, I'd like to thank the MOFA, Energy Bureau, and IDB for their support, and the academia and also industry associations for your support. And I thank you for participating in today's event online and here at TICC. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. I'm sure we will all take home a lot. Once again, I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Director Lin. We will now take a group photo. People sitting at the center, please remain seated. People sitting on the right-hand side, please move to the center a little bit. Our photographer will take a picture from the stage.
好，我们请大家一起看。
Please look at the camera. Look at the photographer.
"好，我们请大家一起比个赞，好不好？我们大家一起为产业的永续发展来努力。
Let's work together towards sustainability.
好，再次比个赞，谢谢。
With a thumbs up, please look at the camera.
OK， 谢谢，谢谢大家的配合。我们接下来呢就要好，我们请大家。
We are going to take another picture with masks off. Please take off your masks and we take one more picture. Thank you very much.
"谢谢，再次的谢谢大家的配合。
Once again, thank you very much. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is talked about how to work with the enterprise to push forward and to promote ESG. As our speaker talked about, as our speaker talked about in the opening remarks, is a very important issue. We want to talk about the challenges of sustainability transition for business. The speaker is the Secretary General of BCSD Taiwan, Mr. Tony Mo. Mr. Mo, please. Mr. Chen and Ms. Lin from CPC. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think I will talk to you about the very important issue of challenges of sustainability transition in the next 40 minutes. We have goals for 2030 and 2050, SDG goal for 2030, net zero for 2050. We cannot do things business as usual. As minor modification of production process will not meet the goal. So SDG, net zero targets are very important. People need to transist. We need to have very significant transition. We need to change in production and our business model. How do we transist? Because enterprise will have to do things differently, and the business society will have to change along with the entire society. So, here's some new words: transition plans. These are new buzzwords. So today I want to go from this perspective. So how do we transist? What kind of challenges will you might face? Now let's look at this slide first. This is a UN publication. This is a long-term survey of biggest challenges of sustainable development. Violence and armed conflict because of a race, because of religion, or the Ukraine war, geopolitical issues. And they all cause violence and armed conflicts. This is the biggest challenge. 9.1% of GDP negative impact. Other than this, we also see important issues in ESG. Number 2, 3.1% negative on GDP. Ecosystem impacts. What does that mean? Meaning, for industries such as paper pulp or forestry or agriculture, we can easily see the impact of ecosystem impact. But other than these industries, we are all actually impacted as well, because we all utilize natural resources for production, and we rely heavily on the functionalities provided by the ecosystem. When the ecosystem degrades, we will be negatively impacted. Some services and some functionalities may not be available anymore. So this is also a very important issue we face. I think this will create a very similar impact as climate change. We have to cope with this. And also human health, obesity, smoking, alcohol, or drug abuse, the overuse, the misuse of antibodies. These are all health problems, ecosystem problems. If we can conquer these issues, see how many percentage of GDP can be recovered. This is SDG, United Nations SDGs. These issues are also very important to the business sector because they have long-term impacts. And these challenges, these goals cannot be reached alone by one country, one sector, or one company. Therefore, the United Nations has published many documents calling for cooperation between first, second, and third sectors of the society. There was a 2015, at the beginning there was a 2015 goal, and then there was a follow-up work plan. In 2050, they set up the goals for 2030. MDG was upgraded to SDG. Before 2015, it was MDG, and now SDG. Starting 2016, maybe we can call that's the beginning of SDG. We have come so far already, 6 years already. So this is the progress chart as of 2022.
I've listed the areas that are still deteriorating here on this slide. If you look at the left-hand side, these are the SDG 17 that you're very familiar with. So we have 2, 3, 8, 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16. The gray boxes show the individual targets under these SDG targets, and it shows the current progress. We, of course, have indicators and milestones and quantifiable indicators that can be used here. So if you look at number 2, we have the target is zero hunger. Well, solving zero hunger doesn't mean simply giving everyone enough food, but we wish to allow the next generation to grow up in a healthy manner, because only when the next generations are healthy do we have continued a labor supply. So not just having enough food, but also having nutritious food. The key points in zero hunger also has to do with providing enough nutrition. It is easy to simply get energy from food, but you need to get the necessary nutritions. So it's not just getting calories. Next, good health and well-being. We still see, for example, malaria and the pertussis, tinnitus that are still raging in some countries. So we need to also curb this. Also, next, in terms of the manufacturing, the manufacturing industry is, of course, doing well, but in COVID, the service industry suffered heavily. And of course, this has to do with health and well-being. So it's not just about health and the workforce, but also about the productivity, and less productivity means less income. Currently, about 60% of the world's population live in urban areas, and although the urban areas tend to be more developed, there are still people living on the margin in urban areas. And if we turn the blind eye to this group, this will definitely be a negative impact on the society. Next, we talk about the climate actions. So have we really reduced global greenhouse gas emissions? I have to say no, never. We did see drops and dips in terms of greenhouse gas, but it actually came back. Next, 14 and 15 talk about food supply as well, and it's linked to food and nutrition. 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. In terms of the supply chain management and the management of raw materials, we actually have cotton that come from conflict places and minerals that come from conflict from places in conflict. So these are actually also all areas that we need to tackle. So in terms of SDGs, compared to the earlier MDGs, people are more willing to invest resources in SDGs. Compared to people 20 years ago, the young people of today are more willing to support SDGs and corporates that put SDGs on their agenda. I believe you're also finding more acts and bills centering around SDGs and helping enterprises achieve these targets. So this would definitely be considered in the cost and benefit equation of companies. On the other hand, SDGs also give birth to new enterprises and new business models. we're not seeing just products as a service, but also new products and disruptive innovations happening in the market. Of course, SDGs may mean increased costs, and companies will have to think about how to keep their products on the market. If we look at Kodak, for example, or Nokia, they did not meet the changes as aggressively as others and lost their roles in the digital camera and the cell phone market. So as we're seeing more and more renovations, what kind of incentives and motivations can we find in the market for enterprises? In the implementation of SDGs, what we have found is this relies upon the collective wisdom of all in the industry. We need to know what kind of impact SDGs bring to us, what benefits, what additional costs, and it cannot simply be tackled by just one company alone. It's the result of a cooperation between the government and the private sector. SDG 17 focuses on partnership. And if corporates wish to engage in SDG, they really need to work together and work with the government. And during this process, we see a lot of stakeholders. And of course, this means that governance and transparency is of utmost importance. The companies need to strengthen their governance capabilities and to meet the demands that such a big change would bring about. Therefore, if we look at the current governance structure, people talk about risk management and also how risk management should also include ESG factors. The companies also need to take the rights and benefits of the stakeholders into consideration as well. So when we talk about SDGs or ESGs, this represents numerous factors that companies need to take into consideration going forward. So how big is the market for SDG? If we look at this slide, this is from the Business and Sustainable Development Commission. So if we want to achieve SDG targets, we need to see new solutions on the market, and the total market value in the market for these solutions is close to 12 trillion. This is a huge market opportunity, and I'd like to point to some of the key areas here. One of the top priorities would, of course, be the mobility systems. We see electric vehicles showing up in the recent years, and it's only part of the mobility system solutions. In Taiwan, we've also been focusing on building new railway systems, and the Ministry of Transportation and Communication have also focused on smart transportation. And these are all endeavors in the mobility systems universe. Next would be new healthcare solutions. We do see aging societies everywhere, and Taiwan is, of course, part of it. The birth rate has gone down to as low as, I think, 130,000 people, right? In the past, it triggered an alarm when it was at 40,000, but now we're only at 13,000. So not only do we need to worry about the birth rate, we also need to think about our elders. How do they live a healthy life when they're in their old age? We definitely need a new healthcare system if we envision more elders in the society. Next, climate change. Of course, we always have to face the challenges of climate change, and that brings us to energy efficiency, clean energy, and of course, affordable housing, food loss, increasing the efficiency of food distribution, to reduce waste, sometimes it's not about not producing enough food, but rather about the misdistribution of food. There may be an excess of food in some areas and a lack of it in others. So as we dig deeper, we need to look at the actions that companies can take for SDGs. I'd like to share with you some of the suggestions the WBCSD has shared with us on this slide. This would include understanding and measuring the externalities. SDGs definitely bring about external costs. And how do we measure them? Because these would all become costs and risks for companies, as these can actually impact the revenues directly. And of course, other than developing a thorough understanding of the business activities and how they translate into social, economic, environmental impacts in the context of SDGs, we also need to set goals and develop business solutions. Of course, oftentimes, this may be a more passive approach as we are simply meeting these targets. But we also look at it from a different perspective, and that is, can we actually initiate projects that help the company leapfrog the targets? And finally, we need to carry out communication between the stakeholders and the regulators. The government's policies also need to be in line with the SDG targets. And we also need to communicate with the general public. That is, for companies, not only do they have to communicate with their customers or consumers, they also need to work with the government. And these will, of course, be the actions that companies can take. But as I've said, it's not just a single-party endeavor, but we need to look at it from the entire industry. We have unions in Taiwan, industry unions, that can serve as platforms to encourage teamwork. Having just one of the key leaders engaging SDG is not enough. We need to encourage all to participate. It's dangerous to have just a few key leaders. And one of the ways to do that is to set a common goal and a common target. If we have a common roadmap, then it will be easier for us to consolidate the various energies in the industry. It's not necessary for us to focus on every aspect of SDG, as different industries have different strengths. But we believe what's important is to have the industries focus on their individual strengths and to think about what kind of contribution they can do or in which area they can contribute the most. And of course, finally, after getting people to come together, setting a roadmap, we need to call for action. Having a plan but no actions simply means that our targets would never be realized. We need to call to action, call for companies in the sector to align, to collaborate, and to report on their progress. Coming back to SDGs, it's of course a topic that covers a broad scope. We have 17 here, and many of them are actually interconnected. It is possible for you to engage in one and actually get benefits from 2 others as well. So we have to pay attention to the interconnection. But on the other hand, some of them actually have a negative correlation. So we can simply not go over all 169. And it's likely that we would not be able to prioritize our resources. We need to tackle SDG targets in a unified form. And therefore, other than looking at them individually, what we're hearing and seeing nowadays is a more systematic transformation type of mentality. The purpose is to utilize resources to the best possible to the best of its possibilities. And in our path toward SDG targets, we also want to make sure that people are aware of the actual roadmap. This is from the World Benchmarking Alliance, and they have set and developed methodologies for us. Here I'm sharing the 7 system transformations proposed by the World Benchmarking Alliance. So the outer cycle or circle is the financial system, and of course the SDG, this slogan was raised by the financial system.
What to transist, what to transform. To transform the inner circle, especially the 5 systems in the middle, including decarbonization. Of course, energy is the core here. Also urban transformation, including digital transformation. Digital technology is everywhere now. It has severe impacts on human development, country development, and society development. And then nature, agriculture, food supply, in the hungry issue, nutrition issue as well, affordable food. And this healthy, affordable, nutritious food rely on a good agricultural sector transformation. We need funding to make these transformation possible. Therefore, financial system is the is the base, is the platform. So the financial sector has to change first. And then you can help and to facilitate the transformation of the 5 core sections of the world. For example, in the credit rating or the approval of loans, financial sectors will have to include ESG criteria in the future. And all the transformation will facilitate the entire upgrade of the society. Social transformation, make it more equitable. We have higher quality of lives. This is the mainstream thinking. For example, Bill Gates said transformation is very important. He invests heavily actually in vaccines and farmlands. That is related to food and agricultural system transformation. So he is the #1 farmland owner. Who's #2? Do you know? #2 is Bezos of Amazon. They are both from the IT sector. They are now investing heavily in agriculture because they can see the future. Agriculture is where the future is. So for business, it's very important you can have a forward-looking vision. Let me come back to the sector SDG roadmap. Actually, WBCSD has published a tool SDG roadmap to assist you to transform your entire sector. So all the companies in that sector can work together. We can have a common, clear goal. These are sectors that we have completed reports. There are 3 steps, the 3 key steps. #1 is to establish current position. I have to look at the entire value chain. I have to first outline a value chain map. then I can identify opportunities and risks. You need to have first establish the current position. You have to know where you are. And number two, identify key impacts and opportunities, so you can respond. And then you can decide what to do with it. You can decide what kind of actions we'll have to take. These are the three key steps. Of course, there are different details in there. So what about, let me give you an example, chemical sector. This is the value chain, and map this with SDGs. To identify, they identify actually 8 SDG goals, SDG items, and then you have details. Let me give you one example. For example, in the goal of energy, we identify pathways, we identify impacts, and then decide what to cope with it. In the process of implementation, people will have to work together. We need partners. This is also very important in implementing ESG actions. Partnerships. We work under categories, but we work together in partnership. With SDG roadmaps, it will be much easier for you to cope with SDGs, and you will see clearly where to go and how to achieve SDGs. There are 3 urgent areas for SDGs. WBCSD focuses 3 important imperatives. Number 1, climate action. Number 2, nature action. Biodiversity, ecosystem. Number 3, equity action. The 3 imperatives, most urgent issues. What do you have to do under each initiative? WBCSD also identifies several pathways. How to reach the 3 imperatives? How do you push forward 3 imperatives? How many pathways? The first one, built environment, energy transformation. Actually, not just in energy, renewable energy as well. There are lots of work to do. For example, renewable energy is actually more than wind power and solar power. Can you explore new renewable energies? So there are many things to do. Food and agriculture, health and well-being. Physical health and psychological health. Product and materials has a lot to do with circular economy. There are many works, agendas, and also transportation mobility. This is also a target. So let me talk about net zero. Net zero is #1 issue for us right now. How do we reach net zero target? This is a goal for 2050 to control the climate the temperature change by 1.5%. So government set goals. The business sector also set goals. This is a report by Nature Checker looking at how the progress is. This is as of October 4th. Once 37 countries have announced their goals, 783 companies have announced their net zero goals. Out of the 783 goals, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, right? You know. The report further analyzed and identifies the result that 60% of 783 companies, about 460 companies, set their net zero goal to Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 supply chain. Supply chain is included in net zero. And not just net zero for the big companies. The big companies are also asking their suppliers to reach the net zero goal. And this is not just for public companies. SMEs will also have to reach this goal. This is also happening in supply chain. How do we decarbonize? It's easy to say, but it's not that difficult to do. It's not that easy to do. I think it will take us 20, 30 years to reach the goal. Challenge number one, there are different colors on the slide. Number one, green one is lack of transparency. Blue one is implementation hurdles. Red one, lack of infrastructure, lack of institutional arrangements. Number one, there's a lack of shared information from suppliers. That has to do with Scope 3. Very difficult to obtain Scope 3 data. Cherry picking is very common in compiling Scope 3 data. For example, people only pick business travel. It's data easily available. 1 hour, 2 hours. You can finish the analysis. But is this a significant business supply chain emission source? No, not necessarily. I think I know what is most important. Because it may be difficult for me to get a hold of what actually happened in terms of emission along the supply chain. So you need to have shared data, verified data. We started to push an initiative called the Partnership for Carbon Transparency. That is a new initiative by WBCSD, aiming to solve the data transparency comparability issue, Scope 3, carbon footprint. I think when we calculate carbon footprint, people tend to use database. But when you use database, it is very likely you are using average numbers, or you are using US average numbers, European average numbers. And that kind of calculation of carbon footprint would not mean too much, would not be too useful then. That's a big issue there. And of course,
we talk about setting a common target so that we can have a shared roadmap. That is, of course, one of the key areas here. So as I've mentioned earlier, companies are requiring their buyers to engage in SPTS. And I am actually in SPT. If you are not in SPT, then your carbon reduction amount would not be able to satisfy my needs. So there are actually a lot of challenges that we're seeing here, and this of course also involve a lack of infrastructure from the government and whether they are supporting policies. So this is what we call the climate transition plan. Investors are also keeping a close eye on the 2050 net zero target. Not just SBTs, and talk alone is not enough. The companies need to have concrete plans to show investors that they can indeed achieve these SBTs. And here are the principles of a creditable climate transition plan. It may be different for different companies, and I have collected here some of the more common principles. The CDP also collected these 6 that are more commonly seen. The most important property of a climate transition plan, of course, is that it's creditable. So the first priority is accountability. The plan has to have clearly defined roles and responsibilities. And secondly, it has to reflect the internal composition of the company. It has to be internally coherent, and that the plan has to be integrated into the entire business strategy. It should be exercised from top down and bottom up. The third key principle is that it has to be forward-looking. It's not just a long-term target, but rather, in order to achieve the long-term target, you need to have the short-term and the mid-term milestones. So it's not just a 2050, but rather you also need to set prior targets for 2045, 2040, 2030, etc. It has to be achievable as well. Shooting for the stars is not just enough here. We need to have credible and achievable targets, and has to be time-bound and quantitative, which means the KPIs have to be quantifiable and measurable. And of course, it has to also be flexible and responsive. We talked about 3.5 degrees Celsius in the past, but now it's just 2 degrees Celsius, and that's actually a change that we're seeing. It could be because of changes in stakeholders or because of a change in global consensus. So the plan has to be flexible and responsive and must be able to make adjustments according to the macro environment. And finally, the plan must be comprehensive and complete. It has to cover the whole organization and the value chain. So these are the principles for a climate transition plan. And here we have the elements that would be seen in such a plan. This would include how the actions can be rolled out. And therefore, this would include, for example, governance, senior analysis, and of course, budgeting. Budgeting is very important in creating a climate transition plan. How does this affect the pricing of your products or services? What premium should you add? And how would that affect your overall revenue? What is the projection for the coming years? For example, if you look at electric vehicles, these companies all have sales targets. Audi, for example, actually set a target for 2050 to be at least 25% being comprised of electric vehicles. So these have actually to be incorporated into the company's financials. If we come to the ICT industry, we see many leaders in the ICT spearheading the SDG effects. the companies talk not only about carbon reduction, but also recycle and reuse. I hear companies talking about 18%, 20%, or even 40% of recycling, and they actually start from reducing the use of raw material. Reduction of raw material actually is very important, as it can affect as much as 10% of the total carbon footprint. Here I'd like to give an example from Microsoft. They started from the packaging material, and this would start from the selection of the material, the design. As packaging material need to serve certain purposes, you cannot sacrifice those purposes just for the sake of SDG. So they actually start from the design phase, from the material selection phase, and they compared the effects of the different plants to see which has the biggest effect, for example, in terms of carbon reduction, etc. And that's what an aggressive company is like. They're not just talking or voicing opinions, but actually walking the talk. So here we have the 5 principal areas for sustainability transition, and we need to be concerned about all 5. Other than understanding the roadmap and actions that we can take in transitions, we also need to make sure that these actions cover the major principal areas. Here we see the 5 that are raised. The first is to make sure that the company is still competitive. SDG must not reside only on the moral level. If you cannot link SDGs with competitiveness, then it's impossible for companies to continue down this path. Therefore, SDG needs to be linked with company performance and prove that SDGs can indeed increase the company's competitiveness. Here we see defining ambition, strategy, and roadmap. We need, of course, have a target. We need to transform the company's business so that it's more in line with the future trend in SDGs. We drive sustainable growth, build sustainability and use it as an advantage, and make sure that the core business is sustainable. And finally, of course, we need to work with others in order to enable the transformation. Making that first step oftentimes means making connections, and through more connections, we'll be able to enable the transformation. So these are the principal areas that we need to take into consideration when we want to engage in sustainability transitions. So coming back to internal control, companies need to have their own governance infrastructure and the scope of sustainability management. When we talk about SDGs, we often focus on the latter part of this slide and forget about the governance aspect. This is also what I've observed among Taiwan companies. This is also what I meant when I said it's difficult for projects or actions to continue once they pass the honeymoon period. And that's because they lack these corporate values, strategy, and management system aspects. The company needs to make sure that these SDG endeavors are indeed in line with the corporate strategy, with the corporate value, and that engaging in SDGs does indeed benefit the company's strategy and increases the company's competitiveness. This linkage is very important. I'm not saying that Taiwan companies do not have this, but I have to say that it has been less of a focus. And oftentimes, these are just treated like slogans by the companies and not actually incorporated into the implementation plans. I'd like to give an example from Unilever at this point in time, as Unilever has been engaging in ESG implementations for quite a while. Unilever has a very clear final target. The identified ESG issues stems from its purpose of making sustainable living commonplace. Unilever produces food and a lot of daily supplies that we use. So their goal is to create a sustainable living environment, and from that purpose, they looked into the areas that they need to work on in order to allow this goal to materialize. So they have here the 5 areas that the company makes the most impact upon, and they looked deeper into these 5 aspects and see how they linked to the products and services of the company and what improvements can they make in those products and services. So it's like the Sustainable Development Department has to oversee the company's development, right? That's true in a way, but what I'm trying to say is sustainable development actually needs to be tied in closely with the entire company. If it's not tied in, then it would likely cause a misappropriation of resources or efforts. So if we look at the structure of the management system, we definitely will want to aim for more efficient management, and this would also have to be a key area of concern for companies. I would say the most important entity here would be the board of directors, including the responsibilities of board of directors and senior management. Here I'd like to share the challenges for board directors also from WBCSD. The board would be in charge of setting the purpose, the mandate, the value of the company, and how they delegate their responsibilities and authorize people to achieve or engage in these action plans. This would all be under the structure aspect. Next, the company is comprised of people, and therefore the board would have to make sure that the people have the necessary training and skills and experience to engage in ESG. Transparency is also very important at the board level. This means transparent reporting and consistent reporting. Communication at the board level is important. Communications with the stakeholders and engagements with the stakeholders is important. And finally, how do we internalize all these changes into the company's business processes, human management processes, resource management processes? How the company adapts to these changes would also be important, and of course under the supervision of the board. My next topic would be on why are ESG-related risks important? The global risk landscape has been evolving. We've looked at inherent risks in the past, and ESG is now part of the picture. So investors nowadays are definitely interested in ESG-related targets. If the company is unable to provide a clear ESG picture, then investors believe that this will negatively impact their balance sheets and financials, and therefore investors are now keeping a close eye on ESG-related risks. The financial sector is also quite concerned and well aware of this aspect, and that's why we see the financial sector part of the driving forces behind ESG. Regulators have also been made aware of this and are requiring companies to make the necessary disclosures. So we also see different changes in the ESG and development, right?
For example, GRI is now revising, they face several challenges. IFRS is actually challenging GRI. They have a different structure. They look at this issue from the perspective of risk. They ask companies to disclose their opportunities and threats of different risks and what are the financial impacts. It's very similar to TCFD. Yes, it's precisely that. So this will be very, very influential and very impactful. A few examples. We can trace this back all the way to the 80s, 40 years ago. Nestle. They were boycott. And recently we see more. BP, 2 events, explosion and oil leak, oil spill. They paid dearly for that. And their stock price dropped by 30%. 2018, Wells Fargo, they created phantom accounts using fake names, use names of their clients without their permission. It's very, very bad, actually. That damages the value and reputation of the company. So if we can actually act as early as possible, then this is a definition by COSO. So this is risk management. This is good for my business. This is not something in addition. This is something I have to do. So we have worked closely with COSO to in publishing this guideline for you to make reference to. We announced, we published actually the Chinese version. You can download this from BCSD website. I want to emphasize the first one. Governance is the basic, culture is the basic. You have to raise the awareness and involvement of the board. You have to take it seriously. Risk is nothing but the other side of the coin of opportunity. So, in the process of transition to sustainability, my last slide, this has to be done in a concerted effort way. I have to work with colleagues and partners, and we are now coming to the realization of the public policy engagement. This, in a way, can be led by the government. Government can actually create an conducive environment for us to transit into the new goals. So there are 8 important areas, levers, 8 different levers that you can use. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Let's work together. '2020 is very important. This is the 50th anniversary of the Stockholm agenda and 30 years of Rio Summit. In November, we have COP26. In December, we have COP15 of the Biodiversity Convention. So we will see the future roadmap for the next 20 to 30 years. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General Mo. Next, we will invite Mr. Liang Yuanxiang from CPC. Director Liang, please. Mr. Liang, please. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends online, good morning, good afternoon. Today, I will talk about the topic of business ecosystem construction. I want to walk you through the path. This is a very important topic for many of us. Business ecosystem is now a hot topic. This session actually covers two topics: business ecosystem construction and value co-creation. I hope through today's meeting, we can have a clear vision of the long-term goal and where do we go from where we are. So my topic again is the business ecosystems construction and value creation. During the business operation, do not forget, if you don't want to just win the battle, you want to win the war. You have to see the big picture. You have to watch over your blind spot in business competition. Therefore, I would like to encourage you to spend a little time thinking about what innovation you can pursue. What partners can you identify? Who can you work with to explore future possibility? I will talk about the three topics: the business ecosystem, co-creation, and interdisciplinary cooperation. As Secretary General said earlier, EPS used to be the focus of business thinking, but this is not sustainable. Although we have a lot of invisible champions, but they are now all facing challenges. Therefore, business operation has to go beyond just EPS. You have to set goals. You have to think based on your ESG goals. We have to build to last. And not to mention, the boundaries of sectors are blurring, and we have to see the situation very clearly. You have to position yourself, set strategic actions, and position at the right time. And you have to leverage the market situation. You have to turn competition into cooperation, competition. You have to turn your competitors into your friends. BSG in 2018 actually published an article saying about good business in the future needs to have two abilities. One is exploit, one is to explore. Efficiency and direction, both ways. You have to maintain your course, maintain your speed, and at the same time look at future directions, future new markets, to innovate, to think about issues like biodiversity and how to work in harmony with the environment. Therefore, like the player, Otani, two-way players is now a very important target, a model we said. 2015, a book was published by a professor of the United States, and now he said the old bureaucracy, efficiency is very high, speed is very high, and a different aspect of a new company is to engage in co-generation of profits. And we have to go beyond bureaucracy. We have to exploit. We have to explore. Find your strategic partners, find good suppliers, and to form an alliance, work together. And work with engineers, work with high-tech companies. That will be your development direction in the digital era. This is a book published by John Cotter in 2015. This is how you win in this era. And then we can talk about the next issue.
它变成是必须要投。
In the future, a company will have to be able to exploit and explore at the same time. There was a study between 2015 and 2018 by Singular University, talked about how to exploit and how to explore at the same time. This is the chart on the screen. There are two types of enterprises. The one is growing type, linear growing. The second type is exponentially growing, exponential growth companies and linear growth companies. The linear growth company is the old type. The exponential growth company is the new type, because they utilize the leverage of the social transformation and also the ecosystem transformation. Exponential growth companies are willing to try, willing to innovate, take the risk. And they are able to utilize outside resources.
So under such a structure, the advantages of the commercial model is of utmost importance. A lot of enterprises in Taiwan have their own roles to play in the industry. They're able to be better than others and are considered the invisible champions. However, the current trend requires not just one to look at the efficiency of the supply chain, but also whether one can create a value chain and how they explore the niche markets and what their hidden properties. That is only the way we can get exponential growth. That is, look at just EPS, not just EPS, but also ESG. So in the future, if companies want to succeed in the new landscape, then looking at competition, common growth, and would likely be the way to go. So in such a business ecosystem, we need to look at the expertises of these invisible champions and industrial clusters. Taiwan is well known for these types of companies, and we also see various successful models that are already present. The Ministry of Economic Affairs also has a department that focuses on promoting new business models with Professor Lai from NTU and ITRI, as well as CPC. We were able to create a network that cultivates these new types of business models. And during this process, we would accompany the enterprises to create a system of coexistence to find new customer experiences, new solutions, and how they can engage in cross-industry corporations so that a new win-win situation can be created. These new business models will then allow us to create the future that we envision. That is, a future that incorporates ESG, EPS, and the changes that we see on the horizon in the future. This would also likely give birth to a new type of corporation. The commercial business ecosystem is actually not a new term. Scholars have already raised this slogan this name in the past, and it's basically an ecosystem that treats the companies as organic entities and how these entities can grow together, benefit from each other, and actually benefit from more connections and not less competitors. And only through this environment would higher added value be able to be created, and thus create a healthy business environment. So here we have to look at the ecosystem, and that would include various players. This would include those that have the actual expertise, those that complement others, those that serve as the foundation, those that actually create innovations. And also we see, for example, unions or associations that serve as platforms for these entities to coexist. And these are all necessary for a healthy business environment. BCG has also shown in its report the 3 types of business ecosystems. The first is the value-based ecosystem, the second is a solution ecosystem, and the third is the platform-based ecosystem. This was actually disclosed in the Company of the Future. And I'd like to now share with you how these 3 business ecosystems differ from each other and how they create a world of coexistence and how they allow and encourage more partnerships to emerge. The first would be the solution-based ecosystem. Taiwan has a strong mobile parts manufacturing industry, and is also a key player in the global supply chain. However, we are facing new challenges in this field, especially from EVs and from vehicles using new energy. We see new alliances being created and new conglomerates being formed. So it's likely that our position will be weakened in the future. The development in EVs are quite high, and different companies have varying levels of resources. So MIH is actually a suitable platform to encourage coexistence and cooperation. Such an ecosystem actually promotes openness and allows Taiwan to find its role in the new EV system. These niche players in Taiwan would also be able to find a place in this platform. The so-called invisible champions would also be able to serve their purpose in the new world. They have expertise in creating new solutions and getting new innovations. So with such a platform, we actually empower these players and we're able to mend the gap. We can focus on the MIH system would actually be redefining the hardware and software. It allows the hardware and software to merge together. In the past, car manufacturers actually had their own individual plans and models. But on this platform, we can actually allow these plans to coexist through a work together model. We can allow the players in this ecosystem to carry out online discussions and cooperations through the new platform and allow these companies to find their niche. We'll also be able to create more partners and alliances in this MIH platform. So under this kind of development, if we look at John Deere, for example, this is already a well-known company in especially agriculture equipment. Tractors, for example, need to overcome natural challenges, storms, etc. And they also need to make sure that they work when they're needed. So in terms of maintenance, it has always been an Achilles heel for these agricultural equipment. And John Deere was able to use its connections with other companies in both business, ICT, and others to create agricultural products as a service and provide new resources for its customers. This kind of cooperation actually involves players in different fields, and it's also able to create various digital values during this process. Therefore, it's not just the manufacturer that benefits, but also other companies who are involved would be able to benefit from such a cooperation as well. If we look at the textile industry, this company, for example, became aware of the pain points of the textile industry in Taiwan. A lot of companies actually was not efficient in selecting the material and selecting the final models. However, a lot of the new trends in apparels come and go, and the speed that they change very fast. For factories in, for example, Cambodia or other labor-intensive countries, they're able to actually roll out batches of apparels very quickly, and they are able to meet the needs of these so-called trendy brands. So how do the traditional textile companies in Taiwan cope? They created a new platform using the SaaS system, that is an online system that allows the customers to actually make a selection very quickly online. They can pick the color the texture, the various effects, for example, the draping effects, and what materials will be used online quickly, and then it can also be quickly turned into a 3D model. This actually shortens the amount of time required in the past on the pre-manufacturing stage. And with such a platform in place, they can lower the inventories and lower their warehouse needs while meeting the demands of the new designs and the fast-changing fashion industry. The system also allows us to track the carbon footprint as well as carbon emissions, etc., and also serves an ESG purpose. So not only does it help improve the business efficiency of these textile companies, but also provide a platform for them to track the carbon emissions. So this is the benefit of incorporating ICT capabilities into a traditional industry. I've also mentioned how this system helps lower the inventory needs. The computing required in such a system also actually requires a dedicated chipset, and they've actually designed the first chipset dedicated to the textile industry in the world for this platform. So these are what we will call the solution-based ecosystems. Next, I would like to talk about the value-based ecosystems. We've read from the publications that Haier has proven its worth in going from product to value. Haier understood that the global customer landscape is focusing on smaller regions, and if it's difficult for us now to have frontline workers in every market. So what we need is to engage the customers, have the customers and consumers come to us so that the company understands what the consumers' needs are. So how do we allow this to happen? They actually transform the company on a value-based ecosystem basis. This is part of their website, and their vision statement was to become the industry of the future. They started out as a household appliance manufacturer, but now their new mission statement is to create additional cooperation. So according to the world's leaders, Haier's washing machines has been #1 in the world, and they have been #1 for over 9 years. As time changes, Haier's washing machine company has transformed from a production enterprise to an open platform. You know, Haier is actually very well known in white branded appliances. Their washing machines, for example, has always been the best seller. But it's no longer just a product from Haier's perspective, as the washing machine has now become more or less like a platform that allows Haier to incorporate, for example, detergent companies and other companies. This is Wensi. It's also a part of the Haier ecosystem. They provide additional clothing care services. And their owner said that by working with Haier, they actually increase revenues by 30%. The washing machines provided by Haier actually no longer just perform just the washing services, but as you can see from the clip, it actually serves as a platform and a cornerstone of the ecosystem that Haier has built. So basically, consumers are paying for the washing service and not just for the washing machine. And the model has been successfully replicated in numerous regions and countries. The future is for organic brands. Haier also worked with the government in setting the new standards and also promoted the IEEE standard. Haier has also been able to work closely with different organizations.
And that you are on the right track. I appreciate it, and I do.
And I applaud you for doing that. Haier's IOC platform is very useful. It has a eco-brand, ecosystem. This is a new trend of the industry. These are the pioneers. Maybe here in Taiwan, we can catch up. We have lots of business leaders in today's forum. Perhaps we can work together, utilizing our technical capability and our potential to explore our new direction. And Haier also propose new services, not just selling the product, can customize for everyone. In Japan, Tanida is another company that is doing innovation. They used to be the leading in the body fat measurement equipment. Now they are transforming to a new direction. They are creating new health standards. This is from product to value-based ecosystem. So they are doing more than product quality control. They are focusing their product on happiness, nutrition, and health, quality of life. So they have their own restaurant, and then building to a restaurant chain, and they also produce recipes and cooking lessons to go global. And then they have their own workshops. And they also work with schools to provide school lunch. And they also produce movies to promote their ideas. And they also go online, go digital. They can measure, they can receive data, and utilize data on a digital platform to analyze health data, health information, and then customize health service for their customers. To create a multifunctional platform. This is from human to hardware to IT. Their profit structure is totally different now. As you can see from magazines or from reports, Amazon is off the point. The statement of Amazon is to become the world's most customized company. They're going for new, fast, affordable, and comprehensive services. If you go on to Amazon, you will see what is popular in the world. And then Airbnb, they want to become the homes of people in different cities. This is not just a hotel chain. They are bringing you new horizons. They are creating homes for you in different cities. Of course, they are utilizing different capabilities and leverages. And also for Taiwan, Pinkoi, the mission statement is to is to promote the Taiwan value, the expertise of Taiwan experts to the world. They are trying to put designers and entrepreneurs together on this platform. This is how. This is another Taiwan example. This is a online education website. This is already very, very unique. They want to teach things that schools do not teach. So they have a training unit for business. This is how for business. They are going digital. They are creating digital courses for on-the-job training. I think this is something I like very much to see. Now, what's the rationale behind all these successful cases? Is there a pattern? Is there a common pattern? I will use CPC examples to share with you. I believe big companies, small companies can also move forward. Under the support of MOEA and IDB, we are creating green production center and my management knowledge center. We work with smart manufacturing partners. We want to go onto the international stage to promote what we have here in Taiwan. Green productivity is also very hot in the world, in Asia as well. Taiwan is leading actually the world in this regard. Therefore, we are facilitating an alliance of experts from ESG, circular economy, and other areas. We are creating synergy to go global, to help Taiwanese companies to be world-class companies. We also work with SMEs. Let me give you two examples that is closely related to ESG. The first one, green construction material, Moxia. This is a company founded by two brothers. The company is 20 years old. They started the idea trying to avoid the health effect, negative health effect created by plastic adhesives, glues. So they create new products. Many construction materials were actually hazardous. So they started to think green design, green construction material, like lead and well of the United States. They wanted to create a Taiwan brand, Taiwan green design, Taiwan green building material. And then we work with them to develop the ecosystem. We help them to establish the new company and help them to analyze the industry. We help them to restructure their value chain and calibrate their business model. And we build their innovative business platform and blueprint. We help them in capital injection and we set the momentum. And then we have the complete ecosystem. For just to live in a safe house. But compared to doing the old way, more importantly, interior design is very important. Please read the caption on the video.
100块的消费，蔬菜有吃。
$100 vegetable. We have eco green certification. We also have SEM and many certificates for cars, but there's no certification for interior design, house renovation. So therefore, they created the company.
中后3个时期，4阶是设计、选材、施工、完工，共4个阶段。5把关是替消费者、设计师、工班、建材商、设备商5种角色把关。绿装修最重要的目的就是打造绿生活共享经济圈，它汇集了绿设计师、绿工班、绿建材、绿设备，从开始到结束，替消费者做最严谨的把关，提供健康的装修，立足台湾，放眼世界。GD 绿装修认证，居家健康的安心。
好。
Okay. We work with certification organization. We work with many universities and a global building material research institute. We created the certificate. And then we improved the organization for the executive to improve the executive efficiency. Now we have more than 50 companies only being awarded the GD certificate. We are designated, we are determined to provide healthy interior renovation and interior design capability. And then we work with the industry to promote our ideas. We hold annual conferences, Taiwan Green Design Council annual meeting, and we give out awards. And the third step is to build the operation and governance mechanism to create a synergy to find partners. We developed this ecosystem from the core and to sort of promote the reputation of the brand. And then we revised the traditional real estate selling process. And we keep the mission in mind. We evaluate the assets, participation, conduct, and sharing mechanisms. These are all very important issues. And then we further developed service roadmap and the evaluation system. Of course, we want to create more and more value, positive energy building. We see many firsts in Taiwan. First chain store, first green building restaurant. The second example is Jia. This is a indoor air quality control system. We work with them at the beginning to identify market opportunities and weaknesses. air pollution is very, very serious already. We all know that. It's a global issue. But in Taiwan, what kind of solutions we have? We have silos, but can we put them together?
In terms of the industrial aspect, we see a lot of gaps in the supply chain. There are gaps between the manufacturers and the consumers, and we believe that these needs to be mended first before we can further upgrade the supply chain and to upgrade the business model. So we engaged in this, what I like to call a butler system. We asked the various players in the supply chain to participate and to create a smart home, the current stage of the market and how we can work together. By getting a better understanding of the logistics of the product flow and cash flow, we can then actually include the attributes of these players into the model and thus create a suitable system. We look at how the companies can be empowered, and this gave birth to the original system here in Taiwan that actually is meant and designed for a smart home. It is actually able to detect, to monitor, to improve the environment in offices, in homes, in hospitals, etc. And this also gave market opportunities to a lot of companies here in Taiwan. This could likely be a new model and even actually create a new industry. So how we move forward, we can actually include interior designers into this system, as this would actually provide more challenges and actually provide more services for consumers who wish to live in a smart home. The equipments used in the smart home appliances, as well as the supplies that need to be replenished, can also be included in the system and provided as a subscription service. So this actually is a system that includes many players and actually provides a new type of service for customers. So as we move forward, you would see that if we place the general public's welfare in the first place, this would actually translate into higher revenues for companies and more business opportunities. So we need to focus not just on EPS, but also ESG in the future, as the combination of the two would allow us to dual wield and become these called market makers. Even if we're not a market maker, we can still be in the role of complementing the market makers. And this would allow the entire business ecosystem to flourish and cover a more comprehensive scope. I think these are the areas that companies can look at present and keep the welfare of the end users in mind, work with others, and create a new market. I would say the market is changing, the world is changing. It is now time to reset your business model. A bright future is awaiting us. The China Productivity Center, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industrial Development Bureau are all willing to assist you with the best skill, the best talents, and the best resources. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Liang. I'd like to thank the two speakers for the morning, for sharing such intriguing speeches and presentations. we have posters and booths set up at the front of the venue, and we have also publications here that can be provided for your reference if you're interested. We welcome you to browse our booths, and it's now time for a lunch break. The afternoon session will start at 1 o'clock Taiwan time, and we will come
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening this morning. This afternoon, we'll go into case studies. We want to share with you the experiences of being successful. And we will have a discussion session after 3 presentations. Please hold your questions until the general discussion session. The first presentation is Mr. Ye Congli, the Director of Tainan Culture and Art Foundation. Please. Director Ye, please. All the participants, good afternoon. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to share with you our experience in implementing ESG and CSR. In this short period of time, I will go through the points and share with you my experience. Let me say a few words first on Tainan Enterprises. We try to become the leader of Taiwan's garment industry. We are a traditional company, actually. In recent years, we are trying to transform ourselves from local-based to global-known industry and turn it into a knowledge economy and go for sustainability. My company has 62 years of experience. We have to readjust our corporate culture recently. Let me use today's opportunity to share with you how a traditional manufacturer cope with the new shock of carbon neutral. In 2006, we were asked to reduce carbon emission by 65.7. The deadline is 2026, only 4 years away. So this is a pressing issue for us. So therefore, we worked really, really hard. We try to restructure or rebuild our culture and also face the challenge of carbon neutral production. We are part of the fashion industry. We are a very important of the international supply chain. These are our customers. They ask us to 2030, for example, H&M, they ask all their suppliers to use only reusable materials. How do you reach that goal? H&M actually is starting to ask everybody in the supply chain to complete the goal given by H&M at certain time. They have a schedule for all the suppliers. This is our chairman, Mr. Wu. He is a Christian. So how we do ESG is a little bit different from other companies. This is the quote from Chairman Wu. He said, "A company is a common resource that God has for a group of people." This is also a blessing for the society. So to us, ESG for us, my foundation is focused on doing CSR. In the company, we also have an ESG department to meet the demand from our buyers and fulfill our social responsibility to manage carbon emission and do good governance and also fulfill our social responsibility. That's what my foundation is doing. We have come a long way. we have been through ups and downs. The foundation has 21 years of history. We are adjusting, we're changing. In Tainan, we take care of parks, many old buildings, relics, historical sites. I believe history will serve our justice in the effort of keeping our culture. Company emphasizes very much KPI. But in my idea, KPI is very important in one thing, the quality. How do you change people? Do you touch people's hearts? And do you connect to the land? Therefore, standing on the side of love and compassion at all times. This is what I tell myself to do. This is what I tell my colleagues to do. We want to create influence with emotion, and I think that is the ultimate KPI of my foundation. We don't want to be big. There's no comparison between my foundation and world-class foundation. I know we are small, but we are dedicated. We create passion. We create wonderful things. This creates value in life. This is why we're doing. Let me say a few words about the current world environment. Carbon neutral, net zero is a prerequisite to receive orders. If you don't do net zero, your order will be zero. So, net zero is now a survival necessity. We are in the garment industry. The quick fashion creates lots of wastes, lots of impacts. For example, fast fashion create, they have 52 seasons for fast fashion. Therefore, they have lots of inventory remnants and discarded old clothes. How do we solve the problem? So, our goal is to try very hard to make social influences so that every remaining fabric can show its maximum value. When we implement ESG, when we pursue ESG, our chairman is now the Garment Association of Taiwan. It's also the chairman of the Taiwan Garment Association. Our goal is to use only renewable energy. And we try to make to safeguard biodiversity in production. Just being compliant with the regulation is not enough anymore. Our customers come and ask us, are you helping the community? If you have a garden around your factories, you are actually shortening carbon footprint of food production. This is what I want to see. In the past, all we have to do was to deliver shipment on a regular basis, but that is no longer enough. From now on, if you are to be a global player, you have to look into the global issue, look into the ecosystem issue. The chart to the left is what we call the donut economy. And European Union is going to levy carbon border tax. It's very, very close to us. This is very urgent issue already. We are drowning in ESG. So everybody is setting up ESG departments. Taiwan is an exporting economy. We manufacture for clients. We do OEM. So we are severely impacted. How do we reach the goal? And how do we help all members of the Taiwan Government Association to go digital transformation and to go carbon neutral is an important task. We have to build this ecosystem to find more partners to solve the systematic issue of fast fashion industry. We have been spending 2 years on this. More importantly, how do we fulfill our social responsibility? How do we change the world? How do we improve quality of life? How do we create a recyclable business model? This is something we have been working on since 2018. Of course, we have to be aligned with SDGs. So starting 2018, we leverage our expertise to develop our social influence to reach what we call zero waste fashion. We are a fashion industry member. We're starting from two ends. That's one, from the source. We reduce waste from beginning. We conduct zero waste design. We started very early, and we have been working hard on this one. The other one is recycling with final products. We recycle final products. We recycle remnants, unused remnants. According to my years and years of hard work, when I run the foundation, I had great power. I had great autonomy. I can decide what I want to do. For example, we look after historical buildings, historical sites. We look after parks. We are actually creating history. We started to look after Berkeley Park in 2003. It used to be a dump site, a garbage dump site, landfill. Now it's a beautiful park. It was a big challenge for us to transform a landfill site to be a beautiful park. We dug a river. We plant trees, flowers, and gradually the landscape started to change. We plant honey source trees, and then butterflies came, and then squirrels came, and then eagles came. Through the management of a park, I realized we have to produce an conducive environment for life to come, to congregate here.
So as I am now in the business of inter-industrial and field communication and cooperation, I share this concept with everyone I meet. What we need to do first is to redefine concepts, and it has to be one of its own. We have to have our own core principle, because we need a very good and beautiful reason to get others to cooperate with you. We need to have a pure spirit. We need to have the necessary mechanisms, and these are of utmost importance. Once you have these foundations, we need to be able to debug the system, to understand how we can repair the system and how we can redesign it. Social redesigning is actually a redesigning of human nature. Therefore, we have to tackle emotions, behavior, and what's most important, how we restart the entire system. If we want to move towards a recycle-based product line, we need to define the positioning of these type of products in the market, the type of customers, in order for such a product line to succeed. As the CEO, I am in charge of the IPs, of how we tell the story and how we maintain our key principles during the entire process. We also have to engage in internal and external communications almost on an everyday basis. And during this process, make sure that the message has been clearly promulgated. Well, of course, this is easier said than done. But it's always difficult to do this alone. So we need to first understand the stakeholders, understand the environment, get an inventory of internal and external environment and resources, analyze the major issues, build the ESG action plans and the matrix, and only after that would we be able to develop a strategic blueprint and follow the timeline that we have set. This is how system integration and restarting an ecosystem works. And this is also my mentality over these past years. I've been constantly thinking about ways to create an environment that encourages cooperation. And I believe the key issues would be cross-industry dialogue and co-creation. We need to first understand what weaknesses we have and what kind of partners do we need. How do we keep a sensitive mindset when we look at the future and possible problems? And this also has to be shared by our partners. We also need to constantly monitor our partners and see whether they are able to be on the same boat, whether they do see eye to eye with us. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. And as we move into social redesigning, we need to take into consideration different mindsets and different ideas, as we are basically walking a path that no one has taken before. In SDG, we actually have number 17, partnerships for the goals. That is exactly what this is about. Large corporations may be able to carry out projects like this alone. They have the resources, the budget, and they love to say that the project was sponsored entirely by a certain corporation or by a certain brand name. But for small to medium-sized enterprises, we need to work together. What I'm proud of over these years is we played a vital role in making things work and making people come together. We served like a platform, and there are also benefits to being small, because if you are small, you're able to enter niche markets that only allow small enterprises. And it's exactly because we're small that we're able to fit in small spaces, and we're also able to coexist with larger partners. I think this is actually very important in both cross-industrial and co-creation dialogue. Seeking the core partner is always the key to any project, because only after that will we be able to seek out the first item of cooperation and then move forward. I talked about restoring a park, restoring a historic building, and these projects all require passion and enthusiasm. But before we can pour in our passion and enthusiasm, we need to first establish the principles and to have a common goal. There are definitely necessary steps in this entire process. These would include having a focus on the target, drawing up the picture, getting an inventory of the resources, getting an idea of what kind of partners you need, reconfirmation of the above, internal communications, and seeking more partners. As you can tell, many of these steps have to do with partnerships, and sometimes partners are not some people you can control. And yet, you need partners to make things happen. So this is actually very important. Well, as we say in Taiwanese, well, people are led by emotions, and that goes for seeking partnerships as well. What we need are partners that share the same value. It's not enough to just be oriented by the same interests. You need to have the same value and the same principles. And when you get partners like this, you will be able to tackle an issue that even the system is unable to resolve. So there are many alignments that need to be done between partners, discussions to be undertaken, and once we have the same target, the same action plans, we can agree upon a common goal for the next 3 years or next 5 years, and perhaps we may take different routes, but we'll meet at the same place in the end. Social redesigning is about human redesigning. When I talk to heads of CSR departments, I seldom talk about the managerial aspect, but rather I prefer to go in from a more philosophical perspective, because, as I've said, humans are led by emotions. And if you are willing to move in the same direction, you will get to the same goal. So what we did was we tried to envision a world in which clothing and garments can be recycled. So we tried to use a more systematic approach to realize this. We tried to maximize the value to create a recycling industry and to make sure that these corporations grow organically. This would also require education of the general public and of our customers. So in terms of creating a cooperative ecosystem, I'd like to share this picture with you. I actually took this photo a couple of days ago. It's the library of the Chengkou University, and during autumn, the leaves on the trees turn they turn brown, and you would actually see the trees being covered in different carpets and different shades of green and brown. When I take a stroll along these paths, I get inspiration from nature and enlightenment from God. When I see the trees, as you can see from the pictures I took, they are currently in the flowering season. The fruit of the tree are like small balloons. And these type of indigenous tree in Taiwan are able to attract a lot of different types of birds. Various bird species are willing to stop here, and it's well known for its ability to attract birds. and fall life. The tree does not have a Facebook page, it does not have a website, nor does it have a Twitter account, but it's able to attract so many wildlife. You would see the insects that I've shown on the picture here. And all the tree needs to do is to flower at the right moment of the year, and it will attract all these wildlife to it. So if we want to build an ecosystem, we actually need to be like the flame gold rain tree. This is the tree outside the library. Because as you flower and bear fruit at the right time, you attract the right wildlife. The birds will gather, and basically they will attract other birds to flock to the tree. So this actually follows for ecosystems as well. If you are able to get the right message out, you'll be able to attract like-minded partners. And the tree is actually not as simple as you would think. If trees have roots, leaves, trunks, and it's actually like a symbol of an ecosystem from my perspective. And this is a picture of another activity that I participated in. The goal was to do something for Tainan that is sustainable. So I needed to gather a group of people who are like-minded and willing to do something for Tainan. For example, the Letu Gubo, they actually helped remove the sludge from the Tainan Dam. And there was another group that tried to work for the benefit of young children. There was also a group that used cloud-based technology to benefit the local farmers and the agricultural community. We also had a group that focused on the talent development among the young people and to help them realize their dreams. So how we gather this group of like-minded people to do something good for the city was the goal of this activity. And this had to rely on a more systematic approach. As the CEO of the organization, I needed to have a clear definition of what my organization does. From the perspective of a traditional industry, I need to make sure that the new company is brave to take on challenges and is free enough to make innovations. So this has to be inborn characteristics of the newborn organization. I believe in emotions and how people are led by emotions. I also believe that our homeland would have an impact on how we think and how we live our lives. So we need to combine our lives with the place that gave birth to our culture in order to truly showcase what a place or a piece of land is like. In this case, what Tainan is like. We need to tell a story. Without a story, it is difficult to share your message. And only with a story, or with a good story, you can share your spirits and share your ideas.
You have to be the keystone and find the niche players, facilitators, and supporters. You want to see yourself and see others. You want to see people's heart. You want to make it as fun as a game. over the years, we have met a lot of good friends, be an art festival. I can actually find these performers with one phone call. Or people will ask me to participate in their events. Only one phone call. For example, they want to display the local landscape, local culture, local music in combination with the landscape and cloths to show the beauty of sound and music through cloths. And then I would just go ahead and participate and do my best. For example, when you play baseball, you want me to be the first base? You want me to set at first base? I'll bring my own glove. Just tell me when and where. I will certainly participate. Not to mention, I love the game. Money is never an issue. They are friends. Friends should be mutually helping each other. This is how we create a circle of friends. This is a first cut only. It's not done yet. This is at Yunlin. In this project, we find a lot of experts with different expertise. We begin our teamwork with discussion. We went to Chigu to have dinner together. We started with collecting dinner. Some went for clams. Some went fishing. Some collect oysters, seaweeds. Some collect shrimps for dinner. Therefore, we built team spirit. We only met for the first time, and then we became good friends very soon. And we enjoyed the dinner all together, and we touched each other's hearts. And then we became good friends. This is how I started projects. This is how I gather supports. I always begin the project with a meal. This touches people's hearts. We're in this together, building the team spirit. We don't talk about ourselves. We share local stories. Although we are the organizers, we're all the organizer, but I never asked my chairman to deliver the opening remarks. No, I think that is not touching people's hearts. Our chairman will praise for us, but he doesn't go up there and deliver an opening remarks. This is just one example. We want to have an organic growth. We need to go with good design. So this is a template of my projects. For example, this is a functional apparel fashion design ecosystem. We can integrate upstream, lower stream suppliers, and we created a fabric bank. With the fabric bank, we can actually facilitate the utilization of these unused clothes. And then we use the profit to engage in another social project to look after old buildings. In 2019, I started to think about 2024 will be the 400th anniversary of Tainan City. What can we do to help that, to celebrate that 400 years anniversary? We wanted to go in the theme of something new in terms of circular economy. We started with locating a Tainan CE school, circular economy school, in the Fuzhou Street. And we started to teach people to reuse old clothes. This is a recycling station of old clothes. And everything starts here. We help mothers to create we train female workforce. And we also help them to receive orders. And they gradually, they create their own business. This is female empowerment. And we also assume the responsibility of the chair and vice chair of the Circular Economy Committee of the Apparel Association. Started last year, we started to working with members and directors of the association. To reach the target of 65% carbon reduction by 2030, we decided that it has to begin with education. So on April 22nd, Earth Day, Global Earth Day, we started the Sustainability Education Alliance. In August 23, we proposed a huge amendment to current curriculum and laws. So I started the program of doing ESG, and we love Taiwan. For example, when the clothes bank meet toy bank, what can we do? The toy bank wanted to build a real library. They were in the process of fundraising. We supported them by providing inventory clothes and make new products by our trainees or members of the female workforce. So this is working together. At the same time, we help this group of female 50-year-old plus workers. This is a brand that we cultivate, we help, we assist. During this year's referendum, we had only 2 weeks to build this voting booth. I spent so much time with them, rushing to complete the project. This is another interesting project. This is for mentally challenged Down syndrome children. They used to have a factory. They used to have shops, but their business was severely impacted by the pandemic. And they started making hand soaps. And then we work with Dian Dian Shan. They are very good in social design. Starting with soap, we developed many designs. I also found Xincai to produce coffee fabric and make new bags. And we work with famous athletes like Guo Xingchun to do fundraising for Down syndrome children. There are 4 co-organizers, and we have created a synergy. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 4. the most difficult part of doing such project is to touch people's heart. You have to understand that, and more than that, you have to be touched. This is hard. You have to touch yourself, then you can touch others. So I've been thinking, when we do CSR or ESG, we have to start with touching people's heart. So if you are in charge of ESG, you have to like ESG. You have to like ESG from the bottom of your heart. I'm very lucky. Company gives me a huge autonomy to do whatever I want to. And of course, we have to be focused, but we also have to be seen by the society. So we work with CSR friends. On April 22nd, we started the Design Summit. This is from last year in Huashan, Taipei. AIT was there. President Tsai was there. And we invited global multinational companies to join us. We created a platform for mutual learning, for cooperation. We engage in deep, in-depth dialogue. And also, through this process, we can be seen by the society. And we also work with good companies to find best cooperation partners. This is this year in Songyan, at Songyan. This is 100 Reaction, the Solutions for Our Earth conference. This is what we're doing. Going cyclical. We just started Tainan CE School. We are actually at the downstream of the industry. We can do the design. We can do the sewing. We try materials that are never used before. For example, cement bags. For example, the defects during the printing process, we can also reuse those defect products. For example, commercial flags, how do we use that for shopping bags? And also, how do we make it more delicate? For example, banners. Or we can work with hotels, reuse their bed sheets. They are actually of high quality.
So by using these good material, we try to breathe new life into them. And we also added cultural aspects. For example, the orchids that are locally grown. We work with the Traditional Art Center. And we try to incorporate the traditional symbols of the year, for example, the annual symbols, and how to include it in the products. We also worked with the China Airlines on how to use these expired life jackets in our designs. We also try to use new materials such as PET bottles and try to increase its value and move it up the luxury chain. Last year, we used recycled PET to make this shopping bag. And at the Takarazuka department store in Japan, we had a small show to launch this bag. This shopping bag had to be made entirely by PET in order for it to enter the recycling chain. And we also utilized the new technology to create these curves on the bag. the three-dimensional curves. We've also tried using produce waste. For example, here we see the peel of pineapples, and we have shirts, garments made from the pineapple peel. We also tried to turn them into pulp. For example, different types of paper, and by using these waste farm produce, we can actually use it as packaging material. We also have these small transport boxes. I believe you all recognize Pokemon. China Airlines has been working with Pokemon, and we will also be signing contract with them, and we'll be developing a baggage cover with the Pokemon brand that utilizes RPT fabric. Well, PET bottles are a resource that's less utilized. A lot of companies have tried to use it, and we're trying to see if we can make more use of the PET bottles. I'll actually be joining attendance another symposium shortly, and if you can see, we are trying to make different products out of this material. As the key here is, if you want to engage in recycling, you need to utilize the power of redesigns. Over these past years of experience, I've always tried to be able to reuse the things that we use at each activity and each event. We try to reuse them. For example, maybe we can turn the fabric that was launched this event or the decorations of this event and use it to make bags that we can give as souvenirs in the next event. I remember that we participated in this RA100, and with these decorations, we looked to see if they can actually reuse them. And we took all these decorations and actually turned it into these handbags, these messenger bags that you can see here. This is actually not that easy to do because you have to make sure that the colors and the patterns are just right. But we were able to do that. This is also another exhibition that focuses on the recycling of fabric. And we worked with Bo Zhong, who just came back from Copenhagen, to utilize the transparent attributes of this fabric and turn them into coverings for lamps and indoor lighting. It actually sells for 32,000 per piece. And we've already sold at least 2 of them. Here's also another fabric exhibition on how to reuse fabric. And as you can see, we also try to incorporate education in the events, as I believe sharing ideas for education is so very important. Of course, this also means engaging your own employees. We redesigned the trucks and used them as mobile advertisements. We also worked with local schools and communities to share how we can reuse fabrics, how the clothes can be reused in different ways. Tainan is a city with rich history and culture. Being born in Tainan, I would definitely wish to showcase all its beauty and show it to the world. So as I would like to put it, perhaps we have only been working in the fabric industry, but through this industry, we want to show the world what we can do. This is actually a small billboard that I found in one of the lanes here in Tainan. Basically, it says, this is a small valley, but it has been kept clean because of our efforts. Please keep it clean and don't turn it into a rubbish dump. You'd not likely see this in cities like Taipei, but this is Tainan, and this is a city that prides itself on having a rich culture. In the current era, we talk about cost performance, but I should say cost performance can also be understood as carbon performance. How we include SDGs in our life. This is another event, the Tainan Redesign, that I also participated in. It focuses on the history of the city and how the old can link with the new. Here, this is 2424 Tainan Reaction with the help of the Bureau of Culture from the Tainan City government. We're working with Tainan companies and Tainan people to engage in this Sustainable Tainan exhibition. It's not just big companies here, but small companies and people who are experts in the traditional industries. So this is what we call the Little Tainan Market. We've engaged the help of 25 of the Tainan people, and we use them as a way to attract more attention and also work with children. We have additional education groups. And although Tainan is small, but we think of us as fireflies. The individual light may be weak, but together we will definitely let the world see us. We may not be as bright as the large corporations, but we shine in our own way. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, CEO Ye. That was a beautiful and touching presentation. I believe we've all had a glimpse of the beauty that Tainan has to offer. Next, we'd like to invite Ms. Maggie Chen of the Jianlong Corporation to share with us their experience on sustainable development. China Protective Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Maggie from the Department of Sustainable Development at the Jianlong Corporation. CEO Ye's presentation was indeed touching and actually reminded me of my past experience. I'd actually like to share or start my presentation with this slide. It's the cover of our Sustainable Development Handbook this year. And the reason I'm showing you this picture is that Jianlong is enjoying its 63rd anniversary this year, and we're basically 1 year older than Tainan. And as we're in the paper-making industry, we've constantly asked ourselves, how do we make sure that the mountainside landscape can be retained and kept healthy for the next generations? That was perhaps the starting point. If we look at this slide, you can see that the annual paper utilization per person in Taiwan is close to 200 kilograms. Of course, paper is used in almost every aspect of life. We use tissue paper in the restroom. We use paper in our daily lives. and we use paper as packaging material. We love to shop online during the pandemic, and all these goods come in carton boxes that are made from paper. Therefore, statistics show that we use close to 200 kilograms of paper annually per person. On the other hand, paper is made from wood, and every sheet of paper is considered an extension of a tree. So what does it mean when everyone uses 200 kilograms of paper per year? This actually means that 93.2 million trees will disappear. And this is close to almost 2 to 3 times the size of a major park in Taiwan. And oftentimes, when we finish using the paper products, we throw them away, and it'll end up in incinerators. And this means that we need at least 24 incinerators to burn away the paper waste. So this actually requires solutions to deal with it, because as we're in the paper making industry, this is definitely too wasteful. And since we want to keep the mountainside landscape for the next generation, we began to think of what we can do. So before we go forward, Zhenlong's brief background first. We were founded in 1959. We're considered the #1 industrial paper and box manufacturer in Taiwan, and we currently have factories in China and in Vietnam as well. So our goal was to continue to survive in the paper-making industry, and yet make sure that the natural environment can still be kept healthy. In terms of recycling, we recycle about 1.8 million metric tons annually, and then this is also considered #1 in Taiwan. And in Taiwan, every 2 paper boxes and every 4 tissues, one of them would be produced by Zhenlong. So with such a huge footprint, we definitely need to think about what we can do, especially if we're moving into the circular economy. I mentioned that we manufactured the first box of tissue about 63 years ago, and we've constantly been focusing on recycling, especially as we are moving towards net zero. And we also have the 3 main pillars going forward.
The first one is co-creation, which is to create a robust governance circular economy. And there are 6 major strategies: sustainable commitment, 2050 carbon neutral. And we have 4 scientific paths. And we focus on 3R: recycle, reduce, and reuse, to develop multiple low carbon products and services. And also, we facilitate smart paper production, SMART, to expand green and low carbon production sites. And we activate sustainable value chain creation. That's for E. For S, we put forward a project called Love Paper and Love Earth. We have 4 different aspects to fulfill our social responsibility. And also, we value talent cultivation to achieve ESG, to create our sustainability DNA. As instructed by the organizer, I will spend most of my time on S, a supply chain ecosystem. Before I begin to share my experience, let me share with you the ESG milestones. First one, green transformation. Carbon neutral, carbon inventory, stock taking. Actually, in 2010, we obtained the first carbon footprint inventory certificate. I'm sorry, in 2008, we were the first enterprise in Taiwan to be qualified for carbon credit trading. Taiwan is not a member of United Nations, but Taiwan is pushing hard, very hard on carbon reduction. So IDB contacted us at our Dayuan factory. We wanted to reduce our carbon emission. And actually, I'm sorry, in 2005, we obtained the first ISO 14064 GHG inventory certification. This is for ISO 14064. And then later we built a company ISO 14061-1 system. We asked our suppliers to join this system. We want to know where we were, where we wanted to find out where carbon emission come from. And also in Dayuan project, through the project, we obtained the first carbon credit trading certificate. And also in 2010, we obtained the first carbon footprint inventory certificate in Taiwan. That's the first one. Green transformation. Second part is to optimize ESG management. Way before the society had enough awareness of ESG, we already established CSR committee. We published the first CSR report in Taiwan paper industry. 2015, we introduced ISO 50001 in the whole company. Stock taking of the inventory is very, very important. We found most carbon emission came from energy, so we can reduce. So if we are going to reduce carbon emission, we have to start with the source. In 2015, we started our ISO 50001, and we set the target of reducing, gradual reduction of energy consumption. And in 2020, we applied for GHG greenhouse gas offset to EPA of Taoyuan factory, and that registration was approved. That's the second stage. Last year, Taiwan announced 2050 carbon neutral net zero target. We established the committee. We changed the name and established a climate change and circular economy office. The purpose is to further promote and further implement carbon zero strategies. We want to develop more utilization of renewable resources. wind power, solar power. For example, Taichung, we use solar power. Zhubei, we started to establish Asia's largest wind power generation facility in Zhubei way back in 2003. And we analyzed our facilities' energy efficiency. If the efficiency is low, we put into more efforts to upgrade those. And we use smart management. More importantly, if you've have been to paper mill, you know we have our own power generation facility. Currently, many of these facilities use fossil fuels for power generation, but now we are moving towards circular economy. We want to use renewable energy sources and further reduce carbon emission. Number 4, we go CCUS and also carbon sequestration. We already covered Scope 3 inventory. We became the first Taiwan paper maker rated top at TCFD verification. TCFD is the international certification. This is a risk disclosure system. In here, you can understand the financial risk coming out of climate change. And we identify 6 opportunities. We know there are 6 areas we have to start to transform ourselves and to capture the opportunity. And also, we also announced our 2050 carbon neutral goal. This year, we will initiate our CDP survey. And also, I agree with our previous speaker, financing is very important. And we have established a 9 billion NT dollar ESG joint loan. These are major achievements. The next page is SMART production. Well, paper mills are regarded as traditional production. Now we are moving towards the smart level. We are no longer a traditional paper mill. We want to go smart paper. It has to be a scalable production. Mr. Ye talked about their company. Tainan Enterprises is a huge company, but we're in different sectors. But let me put it this way. For us to reach operation efficiency, scale is very important. There's the minimum scale to us. So we are leveraging AI, digital tools, we have 3 cycles: product cycle, energy cycle, and water cycle. We want to have 3 circulations. We want to reach the goal of 0 waste in 2030. For product recycling, we reached the recycling rate of 93%. So when we produce 100 kilograms of products, 93 of them are from recycled paper. We do not produce toilet paper, tissue paper with recycled paper because of sanitary reasons, hygiene reasons. So for other paper products, we try very hard to reuse. Waste reduction, 93%. For example, renewable energy, green energy, wind, solar power. For water processing, we have sludge management. We use sludge to produce renewable energy. And the residuals and rejects can also be reproduced as SRF. (93% of waste recycle for water. Paper making uses a lot of water. Let me tell you, we actually reuse and reuse water resources. We repeat the usage of water at different parts of the manufacturing procedure. We can sometimes use the water up to 22 times during the production process. The recycling ratio of water is 96.3%. Next. Let me move on to the important point. How do we do ESG? We have 3,000 value chain partners, suppliers. We want to go for scale for good. We want to be big enough to be good, and to create an ecosystem, sustainable ecosystem. The fundamental thing we have to do is to establish SOPs for procurement, local procurement, green procurement. And green procurement is also aligned with the national goal. We also conducted ESG supply chain seminars. Now we have a roadmap, we have checkpoints and momentums set up. And we now have a industry carbon neutrality alliance.
And this will actually take us to the next supply chain, as we have a lot of downstream customers that also have such requirements. We also have a carbon neutral alliance that will give us a better carbon inventory understanding. This will begin in about Q4 this year. And with the establishment of such a group, we believe that in terms of carbon management, we will be more able to share our experiences. I'd also like to spend some more time on another portion. We began a paper recycling program in 2018. I mentioned that we actually go through 180 tons of recycled paper every year, and 2/3, that is almost 120 tons, comes from the domestic market. So at the same time, we realized that the quality of recycled paper in Taiwan has always been quite low. Therefore, if we do want to reduce carbon emissions, we need to start from the source. And that's why we decided to engage in a paper recycling supply chain. I'd like to use this slide first to share with you how paper recycling is done and which stakeholders are involved. I mentioned earlier that other than tissue paper, which is not recycled, a normal piece of paper can be recycled 6 to 7 times, or reused 6 to 7 times. The local cleaning service team would be collecting the waste paper. Also, this could come from garbage collectors or sanitary service providers. And this would then be collected by the small wholesalers and then the middlemen. And then it would come back to Zhenlong. That is, if the paper products collected are of a certain quality, then we can ensure that they enter the cycle again. This would be most easy then for example, carton boxes. Generally white pieces of paper or paper from different sources, etc. The cycle itself seems to be quite sound, but in Taiwan, the problem here is we understand recycling and we all engage in recycling, but the problem is for all the recycled products that come to our company, at least 12 to 15% contain non-paper particles. This would include, for example, plastic particles, strings, metal fastenings, etc. And on an annual basis, this is about 140 to 180,000 tons. This means that we have at least about a couple dozen trucks of unusable waste. And for our company, we actually have to remove these unwanted particles from the paper, and we also have to enlist third parties to take these waste away. So these are all additional expenses by the company in order to create a recycling environment. We actually believe that we need to reduce this part. So not other than working with recyclers and making sure that they understand what are the portions that can be recycled, we also decided to engage in more education. We worked with the 144 recycled paper suppliers. We actually met with each and every one of them to share what kind of paper products can be recycled and reused, and what cannot be recycled, what needs to be removed. For example, as you can see from this slide, plastic products or certain packaging materials actually can also not be considered paper. For example, the paper boxes used as lunch boxes during lunch, although it says it's a paper product, it cannot be recycled. These type of paper products have a plastic film in it so that it's waterproof. But it's exactly because of this plastic film, it's unable to be recycled by the general paper manufacturer. We need specific equipment in order to deal with this kind of material. Otherwise, we can only treat it as rubbish. In Taiwan, you know that we go through about 8 billion paper lunch boxes a year. And therefore, they would either go into incinerators or they would actually have to be reprocessed at plants. So what we wanted to do was to provide additional value. We talked with the recycled paper suppliers, and we asked them to separate these lunch boxes from the usual paper products. And I said, it's all right, we will invest in equipment that can deal with these type of waste. And we were also able to get a subsidy from the government to establish such equipment. So by talking to these recycled paper suppliers, we first were able to separate the lunch boxes and these types of waste away, and then we also had the equipment to deal with them. Most of the recycled paper suppliers were actually small families or partnerships between the husband and wife. So we had to actually talk to them one by one, and we wanted to let them know that if you do so, then we can actually give you some more financial incentives. We can even help them set up these sorting machines that would make it easier for them to sort through the paper waste. Of course, as I've mentioned, we also established a new equipment that would allow us to deal with this waste at the factory. The AI moisture meter, and this also enhances the accuracy of identifying recovered paper's quality. Doing so actually reduced the residue waste by about 50%, and we also helped 8 suppliers to upgrade. There were about 900 small-scale recyclers in Taiwan, and we've worked with them. And so we also have a foundation. We have a charity foundation, and we'll also utilize the resources at the foundation and help them upgrade. The recycling program is closely tied with the current equipment we have, and they work with the recyclers. I talked about how the lunchboxes are a major headache. So in order to make better use of the waste, we actually purchased a cutting-edge equipment. It's actually a high-efficiency grinder that is able to separate the plastic film from the paper component. The paper component can be, of course, reused in additional packages, and we also have our own generators. So the byproducts can be used as fuel for the generators. So as you can see here, we actually were able to recycle 24.3 thousand tons, and that translates into over 490,000 trees saved. This was the results in 2021. So in 2018, we also participated in the upgrade project. And in the Zhubei meal processing plant, we realized that such a circulation of the paper containers is feasible. So we improved the capacity to about 2,000 metric tons per month. And we've also established a new pulp line at the Taoyuan mill that would be able to deal with the recovered paper products. Our goal is that for every 2 paper lunchbox in the future in Taiwan, you hope that at least 1 can come to the recycling plants at Zhenlong. To achieve this, of course, we also need to ensure a sound supply chain. And other than the supply chain, we also need to educate the consumer. So in 2001, we actually picked 22 schools or elementary schools in Taiwan, and we built paper libraries there. We used the recycled paper to build paper libraries to raise awareness. We've also worked with the key opinion leaders online to share the idea and spread the message. The cross-industry collaboration on raising the recycling issues has reached actually over 1 million people. Zhenlong is considered the largest paper manufacturer in Taiwan, but even though we're the largest, we still need assistance and help from various parties. This picture shows our cooperation with Uni-President. We worked with the Liujia Elementary School, and this school is actually in a rural area and the school only has 6 students. But even though it only has 6 students, we still went over there to help build a paper library for them. We'd also be building the first paper library in one of the outlying islets in Kingman. And I will actually be flying over there next month for this. We believe that our next generation and the teachers are all seeds that can help disseminate the recycling concept, and they would serve as seeds to help such environmental protection mentalities to grow. We will also be working with Tetra Pak and the Future Parenting Platform to hold training camps as well as provide additional training material and curriculums for elementary school teachers so that they can help us spread the message to more students. Let me show you this clip. Here we're at the paper recycling plant. These are actually recycled lunch boxes. Zhenlong has been spreading the message through additional education and investments in recycling courses. So in the end of my presentation, I'm pleased to say that the current paper recyclation utilization rate has reached close to 93%. Carton boxes are able to be recycled completely, and we are also making use of these recycled material in our products. We often talk about carbon reduction starts from a piece of paper. There are material that cannot be recycled, but there are also a lot of material that can be recycled. So as we start from the paper, if a piece of paper is made from 100% recycled paper, then the carbon reduction is about 10% of the original production. And we know that we need to purchase garbage bags now, so we're also trying to utilize this type of recycled material in the garbage bags.
Okay. I'd like to thank you for your support. We're now the top #1 recovered paper processing capacity. We are actually performing very well, even at the global scale. And these are the awards we have won so far. through participating in these award events, we use their reports and findings to better ourselves, to move further. At the beginning of the year, we actually was selected as the global top 200 clean company. There are only 2 companies in Taiwan that has received this award. The other one is TSMC. We are actually selected by future. We have Taiwan factories, Vietnam factories. We are planting trees around our factories. This is a picture taken from our office in Banqiao. We started working, taking care of this park since 2009. We believe with a little bit of effort, we can make the community better. Maybe a little rest place during lunch break for the community. We planted more than 20 indigenous species of trees. And the goal is to pursue a mutually beneficial cycle. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chen. I like to also thank Zheng Long for the wonderful thing you do. We'll break. During the break, there will be no refreshments, but there will be a refreshment box at the end of the conference. Please pick it up on your way out. Next, we will begin at 2:40. 2:40. Please be back on time.
这边邀请各位入座，同时呢，也再一次提醒您，请记得将手机转为静音模式。谢谢您的配合。
还是没有。OK， 好。
欢迎各位回到我们论坛的现场。那么接下来呢，邀请到来和我们做产业 ESG 推动分享的是宏恩塑胶股份有限公司的特助暨碳资产管理师蔡正修，让我们以掌声欢迎蔡特助。
Welcome, Mr. Tsai, from Hong Group. I'm sorry, Hong En Group. IDB, CPC, APO, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be able to participate in this event on behalf of Hong En Group. I want to talk about our ESG experience. We're not a glass company. We're not a hospital. We only share the same name. We do recycling. We recycle plastics. We are a company of long history, but compared to our colleagues, previous speakers, 63, 53 years, we are relatively young, 40 years old. I am now the special assistant to the chairman's office. My specialty is carbon management. My responsibility is to manage carbon emission of my company. My slides are in English for our online APO participants. Local participants can understand what I say, so it should be easy for you as well. First of all, the background of the company. You have to understand the background to understand why we're doing what we're doing. Our road to sustainability, and also the last part is from renewable plastics to industrial symbiosis. How to reach net zero. Let me quote the first opening keynote speech. Our goal is 2050 net zero. 40% has to come from recycling. Over the past 40 years, we are doing circular economy. We used to work in the lowest, darkest corner, farthest corner. We recycle wastes, plastic wastes, and then turn them into material to be used again. But it's different now. Recycling is very important. Well, plastic bags were invented less than 100 years ago. There was a Swedish scientist. The very beginning of inventing plastic bag was to save the world. There was no recycling before plastic. People cut trees to be used for boxes, bags, and there was no recycling. Therefore, trees were cut down. Desertification was very severe. So this Swedish scientist invented plastic bags to save the world. This was an interview conducted by the scientist's son. Plastic is cheap, can be produced, can be formed into different shapes. What happened when we finished using plastic bags? It becomes a very important pollutant of the environment. Plastic is very light, very cheap. Fishing net, killing turtles. This is ocean waste. This is landfill. Actually, thermal landfill facilities do not have the capability to recycle plastics. So this is why plastic is now being is not having a very negative stigma. I'm sorry. And later, people invent different ways to recycle plastics. This is a chart from an overseas NGO. This is how we consume. Linear economy. I use the product and I throw. I produce, use, and throw. And then we have recycle. And that's the middle. Products can be recycled and reused. You have a smaller trash can, less trash. But now population is growing very fast. This is not enough anymore. Now, circular economy is to cut waste. There's no waste after use. So the material can come back again and again. My company, Hong Group, we do recycling. The company was established in 1980. There was no recycling policy in Taiwan. There was a deposit of PET bottle of $2, 1997. We were established in 1980. Recycling plastics already. The founder and his two brothers started the factory in Inge, recycling black plastic bags. Now we have 180 employees. Our revenue is 3.6 billion NT dollars last year. We have several factories in Zhanghua, Fangyuan, Hong'an Plastic, Hongji Plastic, and Greenwell's Environmental Tech, and also HomePals International in Taichung. This is the current situation of my company. 40 years later, we grow this big. We can actually recycle many types of plastics. %70% of our markets in Taiwan, 30% overseas. The total area of our plant is 50,000 square meters. Capacity is 60 to 72,000 metric tons per year. And by the end of this year, we will have a new factory in Zhanghua. Our core business is recycle. We begin from user. After use, there's a recycling process, and then maybe go through the cleaning crew or collection site. There were also materials imported. At the first recycling depot, they clean, pre-processing facility, they clean these wastes. And we receive subsidy from the EPA at the pre-processing stage. And after pre-processing, they were crushed or pressed into bricks or bags. And then we will import these materials and reproduce them as products for a second use. There are 7 different types of plastics. Number 1, PET, we don't do. Number 3, we don't do. We do the rest. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can all recycle, especially 7. For industrial use, ABS, PC, MPA, nylon material, we can process. We actually process 74% domestic. I'm sorry, in the recycling capacity, 74% are from domestics, overseas 26%. We have 3 facilities, and by the end of the year, we will have a new one. We have 24 production lines. Our capacity is up to 72,000 metric tons per year. How much is 72,000 metric tons compared to what is announced by EPA starting 2017 to 2020 numbers? Taiwan EPA announced the number in brown bars, and green is ours. On average, the entire Taiwan is about 82,000 tons. For us, we recycle about 40 to 50,000 tons. For PS, drink bottles or styrofoam, between 2018 and 2020, our process capacity actually exceeds that of the entire Taiwan EPA numbers. We can process about 5,000 tons, but the government number is around 4,000 something. Subsidies only account, government subsidies only accounts about 20% of our revenue. So majority of our revenue comes from other sources. Our business is very simple. We turn irregular plastic wastes into standardized raw materials. We put the variety of waste plastic through a funnel type of processing process, and then we come up with, we go through sorting and regenerating. Now we can produce many standardized raw materials. For example, marine debris, household wastes, e-waste, and agricultural waste. If you have been to a strawberry farm, you see a lot of plastic nets to keep the moisture of the soil or keep bugs and weeds away from strawberries. That's agricultural waste, and also marine debris, fishing nets, or buoys, or styrofoams. We can all recycle those. And then we can reproduce them into raw material. Over the past 42 years, we have recycled 924,000 tons. How much is that? Actually equals 230 million PP boxes. It's about as high as 170 Taipei 101 and actually can circle the Earth 4.14 times. It's actually, the carbon footprint is much smaller than new plastics. Only 1/3 of new plastics. 70% reduction of carbon. Well, in 42 years, we reduced about 1.3 trillion. I'm sorry, 1.3 billion tons of carbon emission. What do we do with these wastes? There is a procedure. Waste plastics, we have to crush them, we have to clean them, we have to sort them, screen them, put them in different color categories, and then after sorting and crushing, the next step is cleaning. We wash them with water, tap water, and then we dry them, store them for a while. The next step is actually blending and coloring. We will actually customize the quality and color of the pellets. The end product are pellets. There are 3 very important quality control procedures. The first one is classifying. We want to check the water content and the physical characteristics. We input these data into our database. And these data will be kept for further use. For example, we know A plus B will become something else, A plus E will become something else. And then blending. We use the data we already have. These data are obtained through our laboratory.
目前所卖出去的
And currently, in terms of the sold recycled material, they are actually all customized products. By customized, I mean that the customers may require different types of attributes, and we would actually adjust the properties that they need and make sure that these recycled materials are those that they can use. Here we have the actual products that we create. For example, you can see different colors, and of course, there will of course be a technical data sheet for each batch of product, and these will all be provided along with the shipped products. In terms of the application percentage, if we look at, for example, milk bottles or toys or pipes, for recycled plastic from these sources, 57% actually go back to plastic products. They can be used in tubings or plastic components, for example. And the second most would actually be in automobile parts. For example, decorative plates that would not cause any safety concerns would be able to use these recycled plastics. And 77% of the recycled ABS or PS actually go into electronic products. So a lot of electronic products actually contain recycled plastic. And these are the kinds of products that would utilize recycled plastic. For example, electronic equipments, for example, plastic parts on bicycles, auto parts that do not interfere with the safety of the car, office wear, and of course pipes and tubings. In terms of categories, we have listed here the various types of plastic products that can use the recycled ABS, PS, and PC. The Horan Group consists of 180 people, and we're still within the small to medium-sized enterprise category. However, although we're an SME, we've been focusing on recycling over these years. We've actually used the standards of listed companies and large companies for ourselves. The Horan Group is actually similar to the tiny enterprises. Our boss is also a Christian. The family are Christians. All the family members are Christians. And so if you look at the logo, it's actually from the 5 loaves and 2 fish story in the Bible. It's when the people around Jesus Christ was hungry, Christ actually used 5 loaves and 2 fish to feed the entire congregation. And this was the inspiration from where we got our logo. That is Christ feeding the multitude. We've also engaged in charity ever since the beginning. This has actually become part of the corporate culture. 3% of our profit would go to the society, and we would donate the cash to the local community and help them with, for example, the expenses, etc. Here, we also work with a local community that has set up a midway school for young people who have gone awry. The owner also encourages us to make donations, and oftentimes, if we make donations and provide the receipt, then the owner would say then they would double the amount of donations and make the same donation. So, for example, in the current war in Ukraine, we've also made donations to this cause. But of course, donations is actually not the only way. In the past, companies believed that ESG meant donations to social or environmental causes, but that's actually not ESG. Making donations is a good deed, but ESG is actually also a good business, because ESG actually helps us prioritize and allocate resources. If we want to carry out ESG, we actually have to take into account our resources and the entire production first. The key here is that we know what it means to do good deeds, but we also need to make sure that the good deeds also turn into good businesses. The company makes money, and we want to make sure that our profits actually are going to good uses. This, of course, would rely upon optimal prioritization and resource allocation. other than making donations, we can first reallocate the resources and see if they can be put to better use. By reinvesting in the society, this would also be a way to not just do good deeds, but also get good business. So in terms of ESG, I have listed here the activities that we have already engaged in. The items in red would be areas that we've done particularly well. And in this case, we would actually be looking at the green areas to see if we can actually make improvements there. If we look at, for example, corporate governance, I would say Hongwen is rather human-based. For example, when I go on business trips, my boss would actually drive me to the airport or drive me back. And so we actually share resources. And there's not too much hierarchy here. So we work as a group and as a team. But in terms of, for example, competition or motivation, we seem that perhaps we can work more in depth with our competitors. Next, in terms of environmental aspects, we have focused on greenhouse gas emissions and water and wastewater treatment, but a bit less on biodiversity. For the social aspects, of course, human rights and community relations have always been a key priority, as well as labor relations. And customer rights, diversity would likely be an area that we can see more improvement. So in terms of our road to sustainability, the company actually sticks to this principle from top to bottom. So we also have a Sustainable Development Council under the board of directors and also an ESG team beneath it. This kind of structure is usually used by large corporates, but we've also set this as our target. The ESG team is the team that I am leading currently. And basically, this team focuses on all the ESG and SD related issues. We have a designated senior manager who would be in charge of the various action plans. And for example, depending on which category it is, for example, environmental items would be led by the VP of Manufacturing, social issues would be led by Chief of HR, etc. And the ESG team would be in charge of consolidating the resources. This actually translates into two fronts. Internally speaking, we were able to build a corporate culture that's centered on ESG. Usually, companies focus on generating revenue, and ESG or sustainable development was never a priority. The employees also just were there to get paid. So for us, we actually focused on building a corporate culture. We had SDG classes, information sharing, what is net zero, etc. And I believe through these courses and classes, we were actually able to build an understanding and to build a professional sustainable development team. This also helps when we need to take stock of the carbon footprint. And it's also easier for the employees to understand what the third-party reviewers need when they come to the company. It will generate less resistance when we want to launch ESG projects. Externally speaking, this shows its implications. But this also helped us build professional teams, and we're able to get professional certificates for the employees as well. And finally, this would help us adjust and improve the management mode. Externally speaking, if we look to the right, this helps us improve communication and integration. As you have heard from the previous experts, well, we need to aim for net zero, otherwise your purchase orders will be net zero. So communication would definitely help us in terms of both the corporate image and the business. We also would be able to have positive environmental impacts and influences. And finally, if we are able to spread the message to the industrial chain and have social contribution, then that would of course be great. Here I have listed, in terms of the road to sustainability, the different actions that we took. I would not be going into detail here, as we've already touched on several items previously. And if we look at this slide, the short-term goal will be around 2023. That is, we'll have short-term goals that are in line with the global roadmap. And by 2025, we have a midterm goal, and the long-term goal will be at 2030. As we're currently not in the category that is, or we're currently not within the category for which an ESG report is required according to the FSC, but we are prepared to do so. And in ESG, we of course need to take account of the global trends. As Mr. Tony Moore mentioned in the morning, the United Nations has 17 SDGs. And as an SME, it is difficult for us to hit all 17 targets. So what we did was we picked out areas in which we have an advantage and expertise, and we focused on those areas. It would be easier on the eye if we look at this page. For example, if you look at number 8, that is a suitable workplace and economic growth, you would see the company has been growing steadily. The employees also see their welfare grow along with the company's revenue growth. We also have subsidies for the children's education for employees. In the early days, the kids needed to get a good score in order to get subsidies. And one day the boss realized that, so why are only the kids of the managers getting the subsidy? So the boss decided to change this. There's no longer a need for the kids to actually get the subsidy by turning in a report card with straight A's, but rather, if you have such expense, the subsidy will be provided by the company.
Ocean biology, ocean ecosystem, marine debris. We work with Tainan city government to recycle marine debris or styrofoam from oyster farms to reproduce material for electric manufacturing companies. Clean water, hygiene, we do water recycling and water resources management. Responsible consumption. I think this is easy. All we have to do is very good at what we do. Industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure. We want to be a very clean company, high-tech company. We don't want to be a dirty, in the dark corner industry anymore. Climate action. in order to, in addition to stock taking, carbon inventory, we will finish scope 1 next year. Affordable clean energy. Fangyuan started solar power very early. The new plant, we will set up a 5,000 pin solar panel. So we are actually fulfilling different goals. We have 5 different aspects in implementation. Number 1, governance. This is for internal use, actually. The major impact is inside the company, and then social business. Business model has impacts on customers, workers, and communities. And we have different aspects, and then environmental impact. Different stages, different scopes. There are action plans and items that should be completed. For example, clean energy, 2012, we started feed-in tariff with Tide Power. 2025 is to increase energy efficiency share to 30%. For water, we have recycled wastewater and proportion of reclaimed water. Water can be reused in washing different plastic wastes. We can save 50% of water consumption, and we will increase that percentage in the future. This is the recycling of marine debris, styrofoam. It's costly to recycle styrofoam. Actually, we lose $100 per kilogram. But my boss says this is a social responsibility. We spend lots of money and human resources in recycling marine debris, but we're not here for the profit. Very luckily, we find partners in the electronic industry to use recycled process. The other one is on the decent work environment. This is Happy Labor Day. This is all right. 20-year anniversary British Green Zero Carbon Shampoo. This is blending sustainability with rewarding labors, rewarding employees. We're bringing the message. Okay, these bottles are produced with our recycled material. Earth Day campaign. One day vegetarian day. No meat on April 22nd. Everybody go vegetarian on that day. Not compulsory though. We do not use disposable utensils anymore. Everybody will have to bring their own utensils. And we do not use paper lunch boxes. Later, we started to use plastic boxes. Black boxes with a transparent cover, PS material. Well, actually, the used plastic bags, plastic boxes can actually be recycled on site. There's no transportation distance. There's 1 hour lights out or on Earth Day. We participated in the 1 hour lights out, lights off campaign to promote the idea of sustainability. This is not something too difficult to implement. I think this is 8 p.m. We tell everybody to go home. We do not do overtime work. Okay. We get off the work on time. 8 o'clock p.m. Everybody's home. We tell everybody to turn off their lights for 1 hour. This is to increase and encourage participation of the employees. There's also a KOL, Dr. Archie, to approach us to promote recycling of plastics. Together with a professor from Taiwan University of Technology, they promote this idea through Facebook. We actually have done a lot. We're actually doing pretty good already. We are already a very typical B-type corporation.
美国 B Lab 总部那边好的一个。
We're waiting for B Lab to verify us. We will become B-type company very soon. Let me say about what is B-type. If we draw a line, on the left is NGO, on the right is for-profit. Most companies are for-profit. In the middle, there are two types. One is social cooperation, social entrepreneurship. And to the right is B company. B-type is a profit-making company, but it's more towards social enterprises. We're in the process of being verified, being audited. B corporation. Because the line to be audited is very long, so we are in the process of waiting to be verified. From renewable plastics to industrial symbiosis. This is the life cycle assessment of waste plastics. Starting from plastic wastes and then material, additives, packaging, and then transportation, and energy and resources inputs, and then manufacturing, carbon emission of every part of the production process. We identify every part of it. We are a B2B cradle to gate company. But we go over our responsibility to look at the use of our product. You trace it all the way from transportation use to waste. This is part of carbon footprint. Now we know how much carbon emission was produced within our factory border, and then how much it is emitted beyond our factory. And then certification. Our recycled process actually reduces our carbon usage very significantly. Virgin versus recycled plastics, you can see very clearly we enjoy a very huge advantage. Net zero. Net zero is, I'm sorry, the Ministry of Economic Affairs is saying reduce before zero. You have to do this gradually. You assess, you reduce, and then net zero. Assessment first. And there's an emission cap, and then you have to do reduction measures from material reduction, material carbon reduction to processing carbon reduction, and through design to reduce carbon emission. And that is the carbon emission after reduction. And you can do offset or neutralize the emission. And then you reach zero, net zero. The red part on the top, at the top, that is your carbon credit. This is our client, Alright. Alright was invited to COP26 to share how they produced world's first carbon neutral shampoo. They did what I just showed you in the previous slide. They reduce in the process of material, manufacturing, and they trace it down. And the remaining part, they do offsetting and neutralization. This is a press conference asking partners from supply chain. There are ways to reduce carbon emission. This is EMF, Ellen MacArthur Foundation.
And this Ellen MacArthur Foundation is one of the key drivers behind these activities. In 2018, they actually promoted a new plastic initiative. And in this initiative, they're not asking people to not use plastic, but rather we should aim to use plastic only in the essential areas. That is, we can still use plastic, and actually by reducing or using plastic, encourage the economy to grow. So they have here 6 targets this year. The first is elimination, to eliminate unnecessary use of plastic, and secondly, reuse. But of course, to reuse plastic, you need to make sure that it's recyclable. And if it's not recyclable, then at least it's compostable. And this would, of course, require the necessary industries and companies to support such actions. Well, composting has only taken about 0.1% in the past. And usually, companies still try to aim for recycling. The 5th target would be a decoupling with petrochemical products. That is, you can continue to use plastic products, but try not to create more plastic products by mining or excavating petrochemical sources. Here in Taiwan, as a recycler, we are actually also the only one that is in the business of reusing plastics, and we're also one of the members of this Ellen MacArthur Foundation. In this presentation this morning, you've heard about Unilever, as well as the endeavors of other big companies. And these are, of course, partners in this initiative. So the amount of plastic used by these members take about 20% of the total use. And for Hongen, we are actually a recycler here, and we perform a more supportive role and help them decouple from the petrochemical industry.
From 60,000 tons to 2025, to increase that to 80,000 tons. This is our effort to the industry cluster. We have trainings inside the company. We also share our knowledge with our colleagues and also with customers. We share with them our expertise. They like to do carbon reduction, but not really know what to do. I will usually go and work with them, our experience, and provide them suggestions as to what to do. We don't want them to wait until the law says you have to do it. It would be too late. Let me give you one example. This is a very traditional company. They value this very much. This is a very small company, very small. But they realize their products are to be exported, so they have to change. So this is a sharing of our knowledge. We also share this with companies other than plastic industry, big automobile company, car companies, FMCG, consumer goods, fast fashion consumer goods. We also share with them. We also work with the academia and government. We work closely with EPA. For example, media tour. We are actually a recipient of the 2019 EPA Recycling Performance Award, 2-star level, top level. So we support this event. We also have a 2050 25% recyclable plastic material goal. Ocean debris, we work with the Marine Commission. We established a Marine Debris Recovery Alliance, and also the Taiwan Toy Library Association. We also work with them, as Mr. Ye talked about. They actually started with recycling old toys for remote area children, but sometimes they also collect trash, and we take care of that part for them. We recycle these materials and make them plastic to be reused. According to their statistics, 90% of the toys they collect other than stuffed animal are plastic. So we help them a lot. And this is the marine debris recycling. This is in Zhangbin factory. We have several hundred tons of debris we are processing. And this is also an environmental education site. We want to share with everybody that these wastes can be recycled, can be used as material. 2021, we became the first recipient of the EPA Sea Debris Recycle Certificate. We also received many ISO certificates. Ryan, GIS, Global Recycle Standard. Okay? We want to have a very clear identification of the source of material we use. This year, we became the world's first BSA001 certificate. We are rated at the top level. That is the circular economy standards. Last slide. This is our vision for expansion. There is an additional 50,000 square meters of land. We will add another 40,000 to 60,000 metric tons of capacity per year. This is doubling our current capacity. This is about the same size as our current, the total of our current 3 factories in Zhangbin. So this is to further develop our capacity. Finally, these are a few pictures of our new factory. This echoes what I said earlier. We're not a dirty industry. We want to create a new vision, a new image of our industry. And also to encourage the morale, to boost the morale of our employees. I hope they can work harder and do their jobs better. And largely increase the capacity of processing plastic waste. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsai. We will continue with our roundtable discussion. I'd like to ask our speakers of this afternoon to come to the stage. If you do have any questions or comments, you are very welcome to raise them. First of all, our moderator from CPC, Director Liang Yuanxiang from CPC. Our 2 speakers, Mr. Ye, Director Ye from Tainan Enterprises, and also Ms. Chen from Zhenglong. Okay, with that, I'd like to turn the microphone to Mr. Liang. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for staying so late with us, holding on to the last session. I'd like to also thank our APO partners online. I thank you for your participation and support. This will not be the last event on ESG. I am sure this will be most wonderful knowledge sharing experience. I'd like to invite you to join me in a big round of applause to the 3 speakers from this afternoon.
主办单位这次非常的。
It is wonderful for us to have 3 very important speakers from the industry. They face different challenges, but they seize the challenge, seize the opportunity. They turn the challenges into opportunities, and they have achieved wonderful results. I think there will be more and more organizations and institutes and companies will join them. First of all, from the garment industry, fast fashion, localization are all impacts. In addition to these 2 impacts, China Enterprises is also incorporating the cultural aspects, covering garments, fishing nets, and oyster shells for recycling, creating a zero-waste fashion, sustainable economy. This is wonderful. I'm very touched by one thing Mr. Ye said. He said to change you want to change the direction. You want to align the direction of small participants. You touch them, you guide them to create new values. You do this through education, and you do this through touching people's heart and emotion. This is wonderful. Zhenglong, this is a giant in the paper industry. At the age of digitalization, the use of paper for writing will decrease, and there are also pressures from the environment. Ms. Jen is a very important partner in our work at APO Green Production Group. In many of the works we do, we try to work with our partners to keep moving forward. How to make our production process to be SMART smart. That is a challenge. This is also a wonderful experience sharing. Plastics. Plastic is very important in ESG. When we're trying to reduce and recycle or ban plastic use, they are facing tremendous pressure. Ms. Tsai explained with us, without reservation, every detail of what Hongan is doing. They just received BS 8001 Recycling Cyclical Economy Level 4 certificate. This is world's #1 cyclical economy certificate. This is the highest level. There are 6 principles in that: systematic thinking, innovation, management responsibility, cooperation, optimized value, and transparency to reach this level 4 certificate. which certifies they are already a global level company, world-class company. This is a company with less than 200 people. This is really, really something we should be proud of. These are three wonderful companies. They face the challenge, they seize the opportunity, they create new business opportunities. I just summarized questions I received, questions. I will post these questions to our speakers so they can share with you their response. Let me read out all questions and then I'll ask three participants to respond. First one for Mr. Ye. First question, when implementing ESG, most companies started from inside the company. It's mostly top-down. My question is, how do you do this and actually touch people, and you make people want to do this on their own? That's number one. How do you forge consensus from within the company to change the corporate culture? Number two, from outside. ESG is such a big issue. How do you work with external partners, NGOs or social enterprises? How do you position yourself? Perhaps Mr. Ye can share with us his insight. Number two, for Ms. Chen from Zhenglong. Two questions as well. There is a directive from a public company asking board should be able to play an important role in implementing ESG. How do you do this within Zhenglong? How do you align the directions and steps of the board and the management and also all the employees? Number two, Zhenglong is very forward-looking. You form a net zero alliance, and you also incorporated evaluation process within the SOP. You have worked with 300 producers to start ESG cooperation. This is something not very easy, really challenging. What do you do with insufficient talent? How does Zhenglong guide your partners on the road of ESG? For Mr. Tsai, you share with us you have received international certification. Why do you want to do this? Why are you so keen in obtaining certification? And what challenge did you receive? These are extra works, not your core business. How do you work with this? How do you convince your employees to go with you, to work with you in pursuing certification? There's so many questions. We as consultants, we understand very clearly certification is a very big job. It's a very big extra burden. But it's also a very big driver. How do you work with that? Number two, with the introduction of international standards, how does that impact on the company and employees? Any positive impacts? Any significant impacts? So this is a summary of your questions. Perhaps we can begin with Mr. Ye. Please. Thank you very much, Mr. Liang. Ladies and gentlemen, let me respond to your two questions. Let me share with you my thoughts. We have limited time in the panel discussion. I will not talk too much about corporate governance. We do have a sustainability department. They work with our upstream clients. We also try very hard to meet the demand of our clients. I'm more responsible for the foundation. It's more on the social responsibility and social commitment. We are actually a special case. Tainan Enterprises is a manufacturing company. We also have a public company, which is a mall. It's a shopping mall. We also develop brands. So from CSR perspective, we have three parts. For B2C, for CSR, it's to create and to sell trust. For B2B, from companies,
最重要要贩卖情感。
For B2C, we're selling emotions. So we have all three. This is unique. Why are we doing this through the foundation? From the company's perspective, to reach high efficiency, how do we do that? When we receive overseas orders, the clients wants to check our carbon emission performance. And more importantly, we want to share with them the stories we create. When we do ESG, I go even further. I go to a next higher level. And what about company employees? We have a very big challenge. We started going overseas in 1983. We wanted to go for cheap labors. We went to Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, and we went to Salvador. We went to Jordan. We went through the civil war of Cambodia. Jordan, right before the storm war, to Salvador. These are all very challenging. We realize this is difficult. We went through 2 fires. But after the fire, we revitalized ourselves. I think if you follow God, God will protect you through all difficulties. Internally, we have a rule of truth, beauty, and goodwill. I said this is too high a requirement. So I tell my boss to begin with something small. Our employees is culturally and ethnically diverse. Some of them have never been to Taiwan. it's very difficult to communicate with our Indonesian employees about Tainan. They don't even know what Tainan is. This is a multinational company with multi-ethical background employees. How do we work with them? It's difficult. So, how do we internalize this? As Mr. Liang said, the approach is usually top-down. I'm also learning. How do I escape the echo chamber? How do I work alongside our factory employees? In my presentation, I talked about from understand to be touched. You have to understand that you can be touched. Education is done by our sustainability department. How do we touch employees' hearts? How do they learn to love this land? They need to have emotion. They have to be touched emotionally. It's difficult to persuade them through books, through slides, through lectures. I think a better way is for them to see, to touch their homeland. If you want to persuade them to know the importance of protecting the ocean, you have to take them through how ocean is benefiting, it's protecting us, how important the ocean is. You have to show them what kind of damage ocean debris can cause. When they see the damage, they would understand and they would be touched. And then they will take the initiative to work with you. Maybe start with something very small, but that is a beginning. And then we can start training. We can do this at different schools. And we train trainers. And we also ask our partners to help with this. It is my belief that we don't do this on weekends. We only do this in office hours. We want them to be happy. I want them to know they are paid to protect the environment. But money is not the point. We want them to feel that they are sharing their expertise outside of the company for philanthropic purposes. People call them professors, teacher. They are honored. They are proud of what they do. And then they will enjoy doing this with us. And while many of my colleagues, after 1 or 2 times, come to ask me, when are we going to do this again? So, for new employees, I tend to pick the right person. I want to go for people who are caring, passionate, and everything else will follow or fall into places.
Let me share a story with you. When I recruit new employees, I only interview one person per day. I would spend at least 5 hours to interview the person twice. Why, you ask me? Because if I am expecting to recruit him to become a manager at my factory, then 20 to 30 minutes would only allow one to learn what the person's expertise is. But it would be not enough time to understand whether the person has passion and whether the person is able to be incorporated into the corporate culture. we need time to understand what kind of value the person can bring and what are the values that the person believes in. So I would always encourage my colleagues to do one thing. That is, during the annual assessment, I would ask them to write up a future plan for your life. I want to hear what they have in mind, what are their prospects for the next year, what do they plan to do with their life, what goals do they aim for in their career. And this would actually take up a huge portion of the assessment and actually contribute to a huge portion of the final score. The difference between recruiting people and working with a third party is that you want to make sure the person you work with shares your own values for the long term. We can work with others on a short-term basis, but for employees, we have to make sure that they are here for the long term. What's most devastating in the world is to be powerless. And the most stupid thing is to dig a hole and then jump in. So you have to lead by example. In my presentation, when I shared the Circular Economy Academy, the logo comprised of 3 water drops. And when I was designing a logo, I wanted to show how small we are. Droplets are small, but droplets can come together, and once they evaporate, become clouds. And when clouds gather, they become rain, and then rain becomes streams and rivers, and one day they go into the ocean. So we may start out small, but the point is we need to be able to attract the right talents. And for this attraction to take place, we needed to be supported by governance. So when we were assessed by, for example, Commonwealth magazine or our View and these major media outlets, you actually need to have a clear value. That is, when they are actually rating your company, when they want to understand what are your company's values, you need to know what you want to say to them. We look at a city, and if we all are striving for the best of the city, then we have to first learn its history and connect the people who share the same values. As we look forward to 2024, we need to do it in one go. We don't want people who are there simply to waste resources, or people who are there just for the sake of being there. But you want people who are filled with passion and people who are willing to really do something for the greater good. I'm truly pleased to see and hear what Zhenlong Corporation and the Hong'en Group have been doing. Tainan has 400 years of history, and I was actually thinking whether it's possible for me to invite these two companies to Tainan and to do something for Tainan. God blesses those who aim for and do the better good, as we are all servants of God. If we focus on carbon neutralization, that is something that we should have done. It's not something we should ask for credit about. But if in the process we're able to see value in other people and to work together for the greater good and contribute more to society, then this would definitely be for the best. Okay, thank you very much for sharing. I think we the date is February 24th and February 23rd, right? We look forward to meeting in Tainan every year on February 24th, and also I think the February 23rd. I'm sure from what Mr. Ye has shared, it is important to find the right partner, and sharing the same value is actually a backbone of the ESG endeavor. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Maggie Chen from Zhenlong to share her feedback. Okay, thank you very much. Let me address your first question. That is, with increased usage, or actually with decreased usage in paper products, especially because of the rising environmental concerns, would that actually harm our revenue? Well, I would actually like to say no. Our revenues actually grew by 10%. That is, total paper usage actually went up by 10%. The interesting thing about the paper manufacturing industry is the paper's consumption rate often goes hand in hand with the GDP growth rate. That is, they usually reflect the growth of each other. So we were actually a bit bewildered when we saw the paper growth go up that much. I would say the first was because of the lockdowns. In the pandemic, people would likely use more paper products. And a 10% growth is quite significant. So after seeing this growth, we began to think about ways to decrease the paper usage from the source. We worked with these online platforms and e-commerce websites to see if they are willing to use more lightweight packaging material. For example, if we look at these online parcels, it is possible that the product you ordered is small, but it was put in a huge carton box. Therefore, we were working with these online e-commerce websites to see if we can actually decrease the size of the packaging used. Other than that, we've also continued to promote the use of recycled paper. And using recycled paper itself is doing good for the environment. The second question has to do about the directorship. Well, we have continued to focus our efforts on green initiatives. And in the early days, we weren't that aware that this was called ESG. But we're actually doing these things ever since we started. And it wasn't until the recent years did you realize that, so these actions actually fall under the scope of ESG. in terms of, for example, environment protection and governance, the standards we used actually was much higher than that which was promulgated by the government. And about a couple of years ago, we began to think about our future and what we should focus upon in the coming decade. So we settled on two ideas. The first is outside in. We want to incorporate the new SDG regulations and standards and make sure our directors are familiar with them. And next would be inside out. We want to share our experience and the activities that we have been doing in the past, as well as the ESG-related events that we did. As I mentioned, we did not know they were ESG activities originally, but later we realized that we have actually been engaging ESG all along. So we believe it's important for all the directors on the board to have a clear understanding of ESG, and only after they have that understanding will we be able to make sure that the entire corporate culture and the corporate principles are aligned with the SDGs. We've heard about a lot of good practices today, and we'll also be bringing those practices and examples back to the company. And finally, regarding the supply chain, well, Chenlong has been, I would say, proactive, or, well, people look to us in terms of ESG. The government likes to enlist our help when the government wants to launch ESG projects, be it in carbon reductions or others. Because basically, Chenlong has been diligently promoting and rolling out these initiatives. So perhaps the government believes that we're like the straight-A student in class. But we realized soon that just doing this ourselves is not enough. We have to try to promote the ideas to our partners and other members in the industry. We often meet with the regulators and have an understanding of the government's roadmap. What we believe is that we need to help promulgate and disseminate these roadmaps and ideas. So with an alliance as a platform, we will be able to share more information and to attract more like-minded companies. Okay, thank you very much. Your customers will definitely treat you the way you treat your customers. So finally, I'd like to invite Mr. Daimon Cai to share your feedback. I think after Mr. Cai's feedback, I would like to invite all the speakers to give a 1-minute closing for all the audience here in this room. Okay, Mr. Cai, please. Okay, thank you. So regarding your first question, so what are the challenges in implementing ESG? Well, as a SME, we are actually not sanctioned by the FSC, the Financial Supervisory Commission, or investors. And the biggest challenge we would face would actually be opposition from the employees, because they would say, well, this is how I've been doing things over the past 20 or 30 years. Why do you want me to change? So internal communications played a very vital role in ESG implementations for us. We had to slowly educate them and make sure that they understood the reason we are engaging in ESG. If the communications were to no avail, then I have to say that the top management would have to actually adhere to the principles and adhere to the company values. So if it's difficult to get the employees to follow the orders, then you have to turn it into a written regulation. If you put it down on paper, then at least the employees would have to follow them. They may not listen to me, but if the president says that, so these are now company rules, well, the employees will have to follow. So I think, of course, if the transition can be made based on communication, that'd be great. Otherwise, you might still need to set them down on paper. And the next question has to do with the generation change. That is, would the next generation be willing to follow suit? And would there be a concern of the next generation, especially the children of the boss, if they take over, would they actually make changes? Well, I would say, of course, whenever there's such a power transition, we would all have to wait and see. But if you look at the past period, my boss has actually received requests from over 10 banks to see if we are willing to work with them. The banks would like to make ESG investments, and they wanted to use Hong En as a standard or as a benchmark. And basically, in the company, when we know that we are going to be rated, well, the people actually tears up. They don't want to be the black sheep, or they don't want to be actually the person or department that dragged down the overall score. So sometimes these assessments can be treated as a company-wide activity, and it sometimes actually boosts the morale of the company. Well, basically, I would say it's the boss that enjoys having these assessments. Other than hearing a good report from the assessors, the second question that they usually ask would be, so are you listed? Can I buy your shares? So I think that's what I would like to share. Okay, thank you very much. So finally, I would like to give all three speakers 1 minute and to give us a closing remark. Okay, Mr. Ye, please. All right, I would say being a respectable company is more important than aiming for more revenue. Do the right thing, get the right partner. Don't be afraid of hard work, and you'll get further. Stick and stand behind your people. Listen to your heart, and remind yourself that you have to be moved, because if what you do moves you, then God will be with you. I would say the most important KPI would actually be the company's history, and the company's performance is actually determined by history. Okay, thank you very much. I would say from EPS to ESG to the 5 Ps. Since we're talking about an ecosystem today, the 5 Ps would of course be prosperity, people, those that are around you, how they treat the customers, and how they treat Earth. If the employees are pleased with their jobs, then it'll be easier for us to launch ESG projects. And the fourth P would be Earth. Of course, we want to make sure that we're doing things for the better good. And finally, the P would be partnership. So from EPS to ESG to 5 Ps, and that would be the current goals. Okay, thank you. So in terms of ESG, I'd say the most important part is actually G, because G influences the company directly. The company needs to make a profit before it can contribute to the society. So G, governance, is actually the key to make sure that a company can contribute to society. So I would say the most important element of ESG is actually G, governance. Okay, I have stayed here with all of you ever since the beginning of the seminar, and I think of myself as a messenger. I'm here to share the message, and I actually am reminded of a poem that was from the Tang Dynasty. The poem talks about how a farmer would plant the rice crops, and when the rice farmer stands up to look at the sky, the farmer would also see the rice fields that have already been planted with rice, and the farmer would actually sometimes have to stand up to see what has been done. I would say that is also the case with ESG. You can focus on ESG and continue hard work, but sometimes maybe you need to take a step back to see and appreciate the exact amount of contribution that you have made. I think that would be helpful. We talk about coexistence today and about creating partnership. ESG is actually the road to sustainable development, and by basing our efforts on ESG, we would definitely be able to turn competition in the market into competition, and finally integration. We are under numerous challenges from Mother Nature now, but I'm sure as long as we put in hard work, we'll be able to overcome these challenges. And in this process was also to be able to not just improve the competitiveness of the company, but also create a greater synergy for the whole world. We cannot be like Maverick in Top Gun. We cannot do it alone. We need to work with partners to coexist, see value in each other, and work together in order to achieve the greater good for the society. And ESG is a promise to the customer and the consumer in the face of challenges and obstacles. We look to ESG to help us overcome these obstacles and challenges. I'd now like to invite the audience to once again give our three speakers a round of applause and thank them for sharing their experience. And we believe that ESG is the way to go for the future. Okay, thank you very much. I would now like to have a group photo of all the speakers on stage. Another pose, please. Maybe a thumbs up. Or a heart. Okay, you have to put in your heart to truly engage in ESG. And I think that's also what ESG is about. Bringing out the best in people. Thank you very much. The program today has come to an end. I hope you've had a fruitful session. Before you leave, please scan the QR code shown here and fill in the questionnaire and provide your feedback so we know the areas that we can further improve and areas that we can do better. So thank you very much. This will be the end of the seminar, and this would also be the end of the interpretation service. Thank you very much.